Hello and welcome to the March 25th, 2026 meeting of the Governmental Accounting Standards Board. Great to have everybody here in Norwalk. We had an awesome meeting with our advisory council, the GASB, over the last couple of days, and now are starting the board meeting and looking forward to progressing our projects over the next day and a half. So really amped to get onto infrastructure, but first, Scott, you got to approve the minutes. February 10th and 11th meeting. If there's no discussion on the minutes, do I have a motion to approve them?
So moved.
Second.
Thanks, Diane and Robert. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, minutes are approved and we can get to infrastructure. Scott, I'll turn it to you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you're aware, we have a ballot draft before you today. As we go through it, please, provide us your comments because this is theoretically, unless you decide not to, the last time you'll see this document before it's posted on the website. With most documents, we're going to skip the front material at the beginning. We'll just go ahead to, I guess it's not it is numbered, page 1 in the proposed standard section, and we'll come back to the front matter later. And obviously, as we go along, any changes we discuss in the standard section we'll incorporate into the basis and summary. Any changes we make in the basis, if it affects the summary, we'll make those changes as well and try to highlight those to you as we think about them and discuss them today. So on page 1, I guess in this proposed standard section, we'll start with paragraph 1. Any comments?
Any board comments on paragraph 1? Starting off strong, I think.
Yeah. I would, since there were no edits from last time, I was hoping that would stay that way.
Never sure thing.
Exactly. We'll do the next 2 paragraphs together under the scope and applicability section, paragraphs 2 and 3.
3. God, I had one comment here. I wrote a question mark and I said footnote 15 was moved into the standard, but shouldn't it then be superseded like 14 is, or?
I apologize, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe footnote 14 was superseded and taken out.
Just taken out.
Footnote 15, I believe, was moved from a footnote to the standard section. So theoretically, the original pronouncement is still in effect. It's just going to be codified differently, if I remember that circumstance.
And so then that wouldn't be considered an amendment either because it didn't change, it just moved.
It's still an authoritative source. It's just moved in the codification to a different section.
Okay, fair enough.
But I will double check that that's the case. I apologize.
I do think it didn't change. It just it was a footnote and it wholesale moved into a paragraph. That is, I think, what happened. So, all right. Anything else on 2 or 3? All right, keep going.
Okay. We'll do the next 2 paragraphs together as well. The definition of infrastructure assets is in paragraph 4, or the definition, I should say, infrastructure assets, and then network that's in paragraph 5, paragraphs 4 and 5.
Comments on paragraphs 4 or 5, Robert?
My recollection is we took drainage out on paragraph 4. Is that correct, or am I not recalling correctly?
We should talk about that because last time there were 2 proposals and the chairman did ask for them to be talked about separately, he said, but then everybody combined them and it was 6-1 to take to take networks of out, that's on 28. And it originally was 4-3 to leave drainage in, but then a statement was made, taken together. It seems like both of these are together. So when the first
So
board
we
member
weren't very
commented-
clear
When
in
the
our
first board
direction
member-
of you.
When the first board member commented on it, I went back and listened. So it is unclear whether I would say whether you made that decision or not. And so because it was brought up,
I recall that the same way, Robert. And I thought we had taken drainage out because it's sort of hanging on its own now, and it seems a little odd to me.
Well, let's just vote on it again
Yeah,
now.
please.
Hear it then. Do people think drainage should stay in or should it come out? Jackie,
These are just examples, so I'm fine with taking it out.
okay. Chris,
I'm also fine with taking it out. We got water, sewer. We got enough examples of that type of thing.
okay.
I'm fine with it coming out.
Okay. And
I am
Robert,
too.
okay.
I kind of like it because it's just different. But I see, I think it's different than water and sewer and, drainage. I think of like culverts and things like that along the road. So I would leave it in, but I know I may have the no bucket, so.
Diane, Carolyn.
With Diane, I was fine leaving it in.
Yeah, I would have left it in too, but we lost 4-3, so we will take it out. All right. Thank you, Robert. The only thing I had here was it says communications towers, which I want to, number one, make sure that's correct. I think it probably is, but if so, I think there's another place, and we'll get to it later, where we just say communication tower in I think it's in the COD instructions. But if it should be communications, I'll leave it here and then I'll deal with the COD instruction one later. Is it communication tower or communications towers? Communication towers or communications towers? Is there an S at the end of communications? Jackie.
I suggest the staff check it out and see what would be most appropriate and make the change accordingly.
Okay. Fine with me. I suspect the S is correct, but whatever you, and I'll just highlight the other one where it's communication, and then whichever way you think it should be, just have them be consistent. Anything else on 4 or 5? All right, next.
all right, go to the next section on recognition and management. We'll do the 2 paragraphs on historical cost net of accumulation depreciation together, paragraphs 6 and 7.
Anything on paragraph 6 or 7? Chris.
So one thing in reading this document that I kind of felt like was a little circular and I had a little trouble with was in our definition of a component, we describe on line 23 that a component should be considered a separate infrastructure asset in the determination of depreciation expense. So I thought instead, should we call it a separate asset? So if you go to the alternative view, in one of our alternative views, we call it a separate asset, and whether you argue it was because we just missed the word infrastructure or not, I thought that made a little bit more sense so that you don't get into this circular pattern of, okay, if a component is a separate infrastructure asset, then I can look for components of that infrastructure asset because it in and of itself is an infrastructure asset. So I just wanted to know if anybody else read it that way and if there should be some distinction between a component of an infrastructure asset versus an infrastructure asset. Because if we're saying a component of is actually an infrastructure asset, you could argue that you should dig deeper into that component to find those larger components of that component. And again, it starts to read kind of circular. So I just wanted to get everybody's thoughts on that and see if we might need to change it in some way. And it took everything for me to explain that correctly at 8:10 a.m. in the morning with 2 sips of coffee down.
Chris, are you recommending any specific wording changes? I'm not sure I'm clear on
Yeah,
what you're actually wanting to change it to.
So again, I thought that on 22 and 23, it says that component should be considered a separate infrastructure asset in the determination of depreciation expense. I would propose that it is that component. One proposal would be that component should be considered a separate asset in the determination of infrastructure of depreciation expense. And, you know, I just wanted to see, am I missing something there? Does it catch us up in other ways by removing that infrastructure word if we're just talking about the determination of depreciation expense? Or if I'm taking it too far in that reading of paragraph 6.
Jackie?
I actually understood everything you said, Chris. Good job at 8:10. And I hear what you're saying because it creates a spiral then. But at the same time, it is an infrastructure asset. The component is really is going to have to be classified when they put it in the different sections as an infrastructure asset. So I don't see how we can leave out the word infrastructure, but then it creates the concern you've identified, which I think is a valid concern.
I mean, this came about because we used to, throughout the standard, try to say separate infrastructure assets, components of infrastructure assets. And so we thought it would be cleaner to just say, once you take a component out, it becomes its own asset, infrastructure asset. I tend to agree with Jackie a little bit. We have separate disclosure requirements for infrastructure assets than other capital assets. And so I see your point, and I see the point. I would probably lean towards leaving it to avoid that confusion and just stick with the, potential spiral. But I don't know, that's my thought too.
I mean, I
Jeff.
think it's especially the case because we just defined infrastructure assets. So for us to now call it something else other than an infrastructure asset, which we just defined, then what are we saying? Is it not it's not the thing that this thing covers, then what is it? So I would tend to think it has to be an infrastructure asset there, or else it would call into question. It's not infrastructure.
What asset is it?
Yeah.
And I guess that to me, the thing that helps me avoid the spiral is that we kind of describe for what purpose do you consider it a separate infrastructure asset, which is for depreciation expense and for the required disclosures, you would consider it that. So we kind of, because we add that purpose in, it's kind of helpful to avoid, well, is it then this definition spiral? But Jackie.
Also, hopefully it would help that you broke this out because it's a component of something else, and it's in and of itself a standalone, right? So it probably can't be divided too much farther or further down to be able to get it to other components within the component, hopefully, because of where it started out, how it was created in the first place. So it has the potential to do what Chris is saying, but hopefully because of the nature of what it is to start with, that'll be somewhat minimized.
Anybody else? Or Carolyn?
And I too shared the concern that Chris brought up. And then thinking about it, I was thinking, well, because it's being called out, it probably is just a single infrastructure asset because of the significant cost and the difference in the useful life of what it's being separated from. It most likely will not also have its own components that meet that definition. So that's how I became comfortable with calling it its own separate infrastructure asset, but I do agree that I think our stakeholders are going to have to really spend some time understanding this, and hopefully we get some good feedback from them that will help us when we start to redeliberate to come to, if there's ways to be more clear about this, hopefully we'll get that information. But I too shared your concern when I first started thinking about this, like, I mean, this could just get out of control with components having components having components. But I do agree with what Jackie arrived at.
Thanks, Carolyn. Diane?
I'm okay leaving it in. I feel like how many times can we say infrastructure asset in this paragraph? But if we want to be really clear, we should leave it in. So that's where I'm at.
Good, Chris? On your head? Okay. I didn't have this comment, but I guess I want to highlight and see if I have a thought, see what you guys think about the GASAC member's comment on this paragraph that was the end of this paragraph 6, where we say for purposes of required disclosures. She was concerned. She took it to mean we were really talking about the disclosures in paragraph 11, which is the kind of aged parts. But she said, but you wouldn't want to do that for paragraph 9, right? And I was like, well, in a way, it's almost for any disclosure, it's going to be separate, but it depends on what the disclosure requires. And to me, I don't think there will be confusion that somehow that comment makes the separate infrastructure asset somehow necessitated to break out, say, paragraph 9, where we have the kind of roll forward traditional capital assets that we now say have to be divided by network. We've told you it's divided by network. We haven't in paragraph 9 said individual assets. So it didn't confuse me, but the fact that it confused her, I wanted to see if anybody else had that concern or you thought we were okay. Diane.
I went back and read that too, and I was having trouble following where the confusion was, because if you go down to paragraph 9, it's talking about the networks, and if this is a component of a specific infrastructure asset, it's going to roll into that same network anyway. So I was confused about the comment.
I talked to her a little bit afterward, and I mean, I think that is her concern, but I tend to agree with you. It seems like it wouldn't be that confusing. But Jeff?
So I had a couple of questions on this whole thing, which sort of gets to the question here. So when I read this addition here, I agree it says what we agreed to, that a component is a separate infrastructure asset. I didn't know why we had to go in and say all the rest of the stuff that we say there. To me, I would have said something like a component should be considered a separate infrastructure asset for the purposes of this standard. Because to me, getting into including the termination of estimated useful life for the purposes of required notes, I was like, why do we have to, if it's an infrastructure asset, it meets the definition of infrastructure asset. It functions in paragraph 9 like an infrastructure asset should be divided by network. To me, we're saying too much in the like all the things you have to do with infrastructure asset. That's what the standard does. So as long as we say a component is an infrastructure asset, my question is, why do we need to say, and if we didn't say more, I would suspect that confusion might be alleviated because we're not saying notes to suggest that it has to be by infrastructure asset when paragraph 9 says by network. It's just an infrastructure asset. So that was my question.
I see what you're saying. And I guess to me, this helps avoid the spiral that we talked about. Like that's part of, like I said a few minutes ago, it's part of, instead of it's a separate infrastructure asset and you're going, well, could we get in the spiral we're talking about? We're telling you why it's a separate infrastructure asset. It's separate for these purposes. So to me, I can, I'm not gonna, if other people kind of think that's better, I agree. But to me, that's the benefit of adding that detail.
I mean, I think I understand the spiral comment, but if you have a component that becomes an infrastructure asset, it's theoretically possible you subcomponentize later on. I don't know. That's theoretically possible. I don't know what the fear is regarding a spiral. I'm not really understanding how you can spiral, how somebody can, what they're just going to continue to create component after component after component off of. I think a component is a pretty major thing. It's got to meet some pretty high standards here to become its own infrastructure asset. And so for us then to say, well, that thing could just keep getting smaller, smaller, so that original asset becomes a bunch of different assets later on. I don't really view that as a big, as a big concern, like that's really going to happen in real life. But I think that this other stuff about describing all these additional things, which the standard already covers, might create the confusion along the lines of what we're hearing at the Gas Act.
Chris?
So I do think it's a concern when we talk about sewage treatment, water plants, dams, different things like that, where you can break it down, and it really turns into a burden for preparers with not much value being added. So that trickle down is not so much about it's about space on the financial statements and taking up space and breaking things down that maybe you don't need to break down, or not really, because that's not the case, sorry. But it's about doing that extra work that you don't really need to do that exercise. But more so, Jeff, I think Joel's point is dead on, because that additional, including the determination of estimated useful life, that's the thing that makes me a little bit more okay with the idea of the spiral. It's almost like we're adding this caveat, or this, not really a caveat, but like this asterisk next to the components, to say that they are a little different than just infrastructure assets. And this is why we should do these extra things that we do with infrastructure assets. I do understand your point that you're saying that they are infrastructure assets, but I think a little bit of a differentiation, which this paragraph creates at the end, is necessary to kind of show people that it's the same, but it is a little different. And I don't know how that comes across to you, but to me, I think in reading that would potentially cause me not to spiral into well, let me look at this component and find out if there's a significant piece of it that should be broken down as well and separately depreciated.
But let me ask everybody, isn't that true? If this thing becomes an infrastructure asset, and later on the government looks and says, do I have a part of that thing has a cost that's significant in relation to the total cost, and the useful life is substantially different? I don't think this componentization is a one-time thing. It is a living, breathing thing. Now, I don't think it'll happen all that much, right? But I don't think we're saying that it's a one-time thing, and once you componentize into an infrastructure asset, it's an infrastructure asset. If it later on, because of technology or whatever, you have a component of that thing, that's an analysis you have to do. That's what the standard says you have to do. You have to do the cost thing. You have to do the different estimated useful life thing. So I'm not viewing it as that way. And I find it a little peculiar that we say to become this infrastructure asset, you have to have an estimated useful life substantially different. Then we say, including the determination of estimated useful life. Well, wait a second, for this thing to become its own asset, I've already determined its useful life is different. Now you're telling me for the useful life, that to me seems a little circular, right? So I'm not quite getting that.
Jackie?
So I guess my question would be, is there anything in the standard that they wouldn't have to do as a result of being a component? And the clause that Jeff is referring to is identifying what they're limited to having to do as a result of this note disclosure. If they're going to have to do everything else that's in the note disclosure, not just these things that are identified, then I agree with Jeff. It's it's not needed because they're not exempt from anything that's already identified in the standards. So at that point in time, this really isn't adding useful information to the person. It's only if it's saying you are limited to having to report only on these things, then it adds useful information. And I don't think that we're limiting them to anything.
I think to me, what it helps do is it's almost a unit of account issue and how the government's going to account for it in their ledger. And if we left this stuff out and we just said it should be a separate asset, I think governments are going to be much more literal and start thinking about, well, now you're trying to define my unit of account. And now I've got to have something else separate in my system and take it lots of different ways. And we're not saying we don't care about your accounting system as long as you can produce these things that are required. That's all you have to do. And so in a way, it's not that we've told them something else they have to do because it's an individual infrastructure asset or whatever that means. It's a separate infrastructure asset. It's the things we haven't told them to do that they might infer they have to do in their systems that we're having to be clear to tell them, we're just talking about this for purposes of this standard, not for whatever you're doing in your individual accounting systems. I don't know if that makes sense to people or resonates, but that, to me, I guess was part of my concern and thought this helped with.
But how is that different, Joel, than just saying for purposes of the standard, as I suggested? Because that's how you said it's what it does. That's what for purposes of the standard would do. We're limiting it to the standard.
So I'm struggling a little bit with if we take, Jackie, your point that you raised about Jeff's point and the elimination because it's all the same, then it seems a little silly to me that we even have components, that we don't define infrastructure assets at the lowest level. Like, what are we doing here? We're defining infrastructure assets in the middle and then saying you could rise up to a network and then you can go down and drill down into components, but they're all infrastructure assets. So, again, to that unit of account comment that Joel's making, like at a certain point, when did we get too far out and we're calling infrastructure assets a little bit of everything without really truly defining what the core of it is? We drill down and, oh yeah, that's still an infrastructure asset. You could break it down in the spiral 3 levels below, but then you could build it up and that's also an infrastructure asset, but we're defining it in the middle and that just doesn't seem right to me.
But I mean, there are ways to do it, right? Like I could, if a government has traditionally said, all my road additions in 2021 are an infrastructure asset in my system, every addition I made, this would say, okay, maybe you can't do that because the surface of the road has a really substantially different estimated useful life than the bed of the road. But now I can say, okay, here are the surfaces of the roads I added in 2021 versus the beds of the road that I added in 2021. And in my system, those are two separate assets that I do depreciation, et cetera. But my point is, if we just say it's an asset, I think governments will go, well, now I've got to separate all the roads. And we didn't say that. We didn't change your unit of account to be all the roads or whatever. So I think there are ways to break out the components even in a broader sense than whatever your individual asset is. And that's why they might do it by roads. They might do it by roads. They can still have those options. And I just want to avoid them. I want to avoid trying to perceive that we're directing them to a lower level of detail than we have intended.
I totally get that. I just wonder, and I don't have an answer right now, if there's another way to define to still accomplish what you're saying, but not create this definitional issue that kind of exists here that seems a little bit off.
I mean, I guess.
But Joel, I'm not understanding how we're doing that, because how we define, how you get to this infrastructure, we give you the rules of how you get there. So a government can't just decide to split up their road. It's got to be, the cost has got to be significant. The estimated useful life has to be substantially different. Like that's the test of how you meet this thing. We're not dictating to governments how you're going to, whatever, do your unit of account. Like if you meet this test, you have a component that's an infrastructure asset, full stop. There's nothing more, no system changes, whatever. This is the test. And then if you pass the test, you are an infrastructure asset for purposes of this standard, right? Like I'm not seeing the concern that they're going to start to worry about breaking up their assets. Here's how you break up your assets. There's one way you do that. You meet this test.
I think it's because we're saying you have to consider it a separate infrastructure asset. And if you stop there, I think I'm open to, for purposes of the standard, for whatever reason in my mind, I thought you were just ending at infrastructure asset. I missed the for purposes of the standard. For purposes of the standard, probably not all that different than what's here. So I could probably live either way with that. When we stopped at asset, that's when I got concerned that that would trigger this unit of account concern that I would have. Diane.
So I like the language as it is, because I feel like if we go to Jeff's suggestion and put for purposes of the standard, that it does get into that spiral, because if that now becomes a separate infrastructure asset, what keeps you from going back to the beginning of paragraph 6 and going, okay, I have this component that's the road or the road surface, and now I'm going to resurface half of that. And based on 6, now that's become a component of that component because it's an asset. I think it puts guardrails around it. So that's the thing that I think it protects from.
That's a good point, Dan. I agree with that. Actually, I retract.
Sorry.
I retract for purposes of the standard being okay.
I still don't get that, because even if you do exactly what Diane said, you've met the first sentence of 6, you componentize. I don't understand what we're saying is you only componentize once. That's what Diane is saying. You cannot componentize again. If you split a road, you had a road, you split it in half because you surfaced half of it, and then 20 years later you surfaced a quarter of it, and the useful life is significantly different and the cost is significant. You componentize that.
But I
There's
guess,
no
I guess if you do it a second time, is your comparison now that component?
Your
Because I don't
comparison is
think
to
it
the
should
asset.
be.
You have an asset, and now whatever that asset is, whatever that asset you created, whatever period of time ago, and you did something to it, and you meet the test of 6, you
So
become a component.
it would
You become another
spiral.
infrastructure.
But see, I see that this language
Because
puts
if
the
we believe
guardrails
that,
around
we
it.
should say in here, you only do it once. If you created a component asset, you can only, once that asset's created from a component, you never have to do 6 again. That's what we're talking about here. And I think if we're talking about that way, we should say that.
But I really think that by having this extra language, it's telling you, you don't go back and reconsider 6 for this, because this is just the component is considered a separate infrastructure for these purposes, but not for the purpose of reevaluating a subcomponent of the component. Does that make sense?
The way what makes sense to me is I don't disagree, Jeff, when you come back, and this is actually gets into Diane's alternative view, and part of why she thinks this is complex is now 10 years later or 7 years later, then and I only resurface half of what I originally surfaced, then, you're worried about that in your alternative view, and, and why componentization is going to be complicated for governments to do. And so I do think, Jeff, that that's going to happen. But I think what Diane is saying and what I would agree with here is I'm not talking about what happens 10 years later. I'm talking about in the year that I add this thing, what do I do? And I want to avoid this circle when I'm considering this asset this year today. And I think this description helps you kind of contain you for what you're considering today without necessarily saying, yeah, there might become another component of this component at some point later on when that addition, repair, whatever you are thinking about it wouldn't be a repair. I'm saying when you're considering whether an improvement to a road is a new capitalizable part or is a repair and I should expense it, that's for considered later. Okay. Does anybody want to change the language here? Or are we good with leaving it as is after that discussion?
But is, but is, but is he wrong? Is Jeff wrong that like you can componentize a component?
Well, that's,
I guess what he's asking is, are we allow you to componentize a component, or we would never want you to do that?
I would think it's professional judgment at a certain point.
Because
right?
because the words would
Because-
allow you to componentize a component. Okay.
Yeah, but at a certain point, you're gonna stop, right? When you're looking at that treatment plant and there's a turbine and that turbine is representative of multiple parts. And the fear is that, okay, you can break that turbine into the chips and the this and the that and the cogs that, and some of them might be significant, but at the same time, at a certain point, you say, all right, stop, we're done. You know, we're not gonna go any further. You could spiral down, but you decide professionally, this is where I stop. This is where and so even though it might say you go back to the top and at a certain point, you have to stop it yourself, even if you can continue to do it further.
I mean, I would just,
It is material to the component, which is now an infrastructure asset. That's again, the risk of the spiral, but it's not overall material to
The network.
the network. Yeah.
Robert,
So I've been listening, I'm trying to weigh. On one hand, I like Jeff's proposal. I think it simplifies things. And the one thing that I like about it is it gets to that concern that we were expressing from the GASB member. I'm concerned that people are going to take this and then make components. They're gonna not get the nuance, and maybe it's not so nuanced, of the disclosures by network. They're gonna say, oh, I need to, if it's a component, then I'm gonna have to do that in the roll forward, we have to do that and all this. If it isn't, if we don't say that, in particular, there was something that just didn't sit right with the purposes of required disclosures and notes. And maybe that's what I'm struggling with. That being said, I like the definition better. I mean, if I got to weigh the two, I like the more clarity that we have in the proposed language.
we're leaving it as it is. Seems like the majority. Jackie,
I can leave it as it is. I think that if we get feedback on the exposure draft that says, I don't understand what you're talking about here. Is this limited or is it not limited? That'll be helpful. I have some problem with changing the wording out and saying in this for just this standard, because I don't think that's typically how we identify things in a standard, that we limit the scope to just the standard. So I like what Jeff proposed and I agree with what Jeff proposed, but I can live with the language, at least for the exposure draft. Maybe I won't say anything about the alternative view and whether or not this dies on the.
sure, everything might change after that, right? So we're just trying to put forward the best thing we can now and we get feedback. That's why we have the exposure draft, right? Let's see. Okay, seems like we're leaving it then. Scott.
In one of Jeff's arguments, it made me think of something that maybe might be two proposals he had. His general one is, do we need to say, for the determination of depreciation expense and note disclosures, basically. But one of his arguments was, we've already said in the first part of that paragraph, you have to have an estimated useful life. So do we need the clause that is the initial addition on line 24, or could it just say, leaving the concept what we just started, that considered separate in determination depreciation expense and for the purposes of required disclosures? Is that's one of the things I know Jeff brought up in his arguments. So do we really need that clause because we've just said it already to be a component, it has to have a different estimated useful life.
Jackie,
Yeah, I think we still do need it because at some future date, they're going to have to look at that and see if the estimated useful life is still the valid estimated useful life. So the estimated useful life is something they have to continue to do. That's part of the standard. It's not just whether they made that decision initially. They're going to have to relook at it periodically to see if it's the same. So I don't think it's redundant in that the first estimated useful life is the stake in the ground. The second one is, and yes, you have to keep looking at this and keep doing it, kind of a thing. So to me, it's not redundant.
the second part is paragraph 7. You got to do that part too. I think that what Jackie's saying makes sense to me. Everybody else seems to agree with that. Thanks, Scott. Anything else on 6 or 7? All right. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move to the next section, which is just one paragraph on the modified approach, paragraph 8.
Any comments on paragraph 8? Scott, at one point you and I talked about whether the processes that meet needs to be in here. And it had more to do with whether it needed to be in the codification instructions because it's not in the codification instructions. Can you, I guess, describe either why it needs to be here and why it's okay for it not to be in the COD instructions? I kind of remember our conversation, but it's a little fuzzy. And if I need to go find it in the COD instructions, I could do that real quick if that would help you.
Sure.
Or if you remember.
I think the more I think about this is maybe there's more language that needed to be added here. Unlike other paragraphs in this standard, which are either completely deleting a requirement that's currently there or adding a new requirement, this one's kind of amending a current requirement. And so like we do in omnibus statements, maybe we need a little more lead in as to saying paragraph, I'm sorry if I don't remember, 23 of statement 34, whatever it is amended to allow governments that have processes in place to kind of be the descriptive of what's changed, of why it's changing, which is what we do in an omnibus statement. And then, make the change to does that make sense when I'm not articulating it very well?
What you're saying makes sense. I don't know whether it's necessary or not, but in essence, if we changed this word to say governments that meet the following requirements, if we took have processes that out, say governments that meet the following requirements, that's essentially what the COD now says after the instructions. So if we just took have processes that out, maybe we still need your thing, maybe we don't, but that's what I think needs to happen. If we think the COD is right, that we don't want ultimately the codification to change from governments that have systems that do this to say governments that have processes to do this. We just want to say governments that do this. If that's what we want it to say, then I don't know whether we need processes here or not.
Yeah, and I think we're saying the same thing.
Okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is staff's original intent is that part took the place of what I said that we normally did in omnibus, that it's not really part of the standard. It's trying to highlight why we made the change. And maybe we need, and I'm saying, looking at it again, I definitely think we need to have, because generally in an omnibus, we do a tee-up paragraph on what's changing, and then we say what the new requirement is. And I think that's maybe what, as I said, something, it may make this 2 sentences now, but that's my view. Maybe it's better, and that would highlight that this is a paragraph that's amending a current requirement where all the others are adding a new requirement to the disclosures or the recognition and measurement.
Jeff?
So I noticed the same thing you did, Joel, right? That it's not in the COD, but it's here. And it caused me to think about it. And I said, well, before we had this thing called asset management systems, which suggested a formality to it, right? And when I read the COD, I'm like, well, we just replaced asset management systems with nothing, right? Which didn't make sense to me, right? And if you read A through D, you could read, if we don't have processes in there in the lead-in or in the COD, you could read this as you do this one time up front. You don't have to do it ongoing. Processes to me suggest you have a mechanism, a way to do this you don't just go to modified because you had an up-to-date inventory on the day you switched to modified. And then the next day you got rid of the inventory because you don't have to have processes in place to do that. You just need to have that you meet the following requirements. Yeah, and the day I switched, I had an inventory and then I lost the inventory. So to me, processes substituted for systems. We just didn't want it to be as formal as an asset management system, but you had managerial processes that allowed you to meet these 4 requirements on an ongoing basis for the amount of time that you continue to do the modified approach. So if we take out processes, then I think we have to tweak A through D to make them suggest that this is on an ongoing basis. This is not a one-time inventory assessment at the date you switch, for example.
My initial reaction to that is I would think there are other places in the literature where we kind of have a similar situation, and I don't think we say the government has to have processes, but none are exactly coming up to mind. So I kind of understand what you're saying, but I don't know. I'm thinking about that, but
I guess my initial response would be then maybe, because these were, or some of these, I should say, were from the characteristics the asset management system had, and the others, I think, subparagraph D, were just a requirement they should have, is that because of the asset management system should have an update, maybe we just need to say, instead of in A, maintain an update. Up-to-date inventory. And that would take care of your concern there. And that would take care of your concern there. But the others looking at them, maybe it is maintain documentation in D, but the others are each year perform and things like that. So that would take care of at least that part of your concern. I realize the rest of your concern too.
Then I would sort of say I would be more okay with processes going away, because now the requirements that you have to meet show that you have to meet them for the length of time that you're going to be doing the modified approach, right? You got to do it every year, or you got to maintain, or whatever.
Jackie.
I think that's a good suggestion, and I like it. I'm fine then with getting rid of that, the processes part, and putting, instead of have, maintain, change up have to maintain. I think that's a good idea.
I'm sorry, just to follow, governments will maintain the following requirements?
No.
No,
Governments that meet the following requirements may report, and then in A, it would be maintain an up-to-date
up-to-date,
inventory.
okay.
And then maybe in D, it would be maintain the documentation that those infrastructure assets. And then B and C are okay as they are.
To get us away from the point in time and more to the, okay.
I do think those changes are fine, but I also think we gotta be careful that standard requirements aren't conflated with transition requirements. You start talking about doing it at a point in time, that's a transition requirement. You've got to do this every year. You can change have to maintain, that's fine, and you can change maintain documentation, that's fine. But these are going to be annual reporting requirements. They're not transition requirements. So the idea you could do it at one point in time, I don't know how you get there unless it's a transition requirement, which these aren't. With that said, change it to have to maintain inventory and change it to maintain documentation, all fine and good. But I don't know how you would get to this is a one-time only thing, because it's not in the transition section.
I think the wording just clarifies it for the reader, though.
Alan, just to understand, so your point was that you thought that this is sufficient as is to address that it's not a one-time and that the intent behind it was.
Right. I mean,
Okay.
my thought is we can change the have to maintain and the maintain documentation. That's not problematic to me. But we have standard section transition provisions very separate for very specific reasons. If this isn't in the transition provision, so that would tell me this is something you're gonna have to do every year. You have to maintain up-to-date records always, whereas you can't say your modified approach. But the words are clarification. I don't know how you would get to it's a one-time thing based on where we have it, how we worded it.
All right, so the proposal is, Scott, do you have an example of the sentence that would lead in?
Paragraph 23 of statement 34 provides requirements to use the modified approach, or for governments probably to use the modified approach. Those requirements are amended to allow governments that meet the following requirements. I may have to work on it because that may report is going to be flipped up to the beginning, but that's
Something like that.
that's what, yeah.
Okay, so is the proposal that we want to make sure everybody good, is it something like that is a lead in to this paragraph to kind of note that there's this other requirement. There's an existing requirement related to the modified approach. We're amending it such that governments that meet the following requirements may report infrastructure. So have processes that out and then add maintain in front of A and D. Is everybody good with those edits?
And maybe add perform condition assessments each year in B, because we do say estimate each year in C. So just for harmony there, we could say perform condition assessments. Or I guess those aren't each year, right? Those are every 3 years. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Yeah, right.
I think that, and there's another place then in the existing standard that would talk about what happens with the condition assessments. So it's already addressed existing. Robert,
I'm fine with the language change. I'm just trying to understand why we need the lead in and maybe the reference to statement 34.
I think it's a way for a new standard to amend an existing standard. At the same time, you're adding other new standards in because we're not wholesale replacing a
Okay.
paragraph. We're amending a paragraph, and it makes it clear, I guess, to a user that this isn't or a reader, this isn't a new requirement. We're amending an old requirement so that
Okay.
then when you go to the COD instructions, you see how it blends in.
Okay.
Did I say that pretty well, Scott? Kind of sort. So I've got Nod's head positively to the changes proposed. Okay. Everybody, Robert, you're good? Okay. Everybody seems good with that. Thanks, Scott. Anything else on 8, I guess is what we've said we're doing. All right. Next, Scott.
Okay, we'll do them together, I guess, the first 2 paragraphs in the notes section that aren't under a specific header, paragraphs 9 and 10.
Anything on 9 or 10? Got Alan choked up, but I think he's good. All right. Nothing on 9 or 10, Scott.
Okay, then we'll move on to the next paragraph, paragraph 11.
Thing on paragraph 11? Jackie.
I just made an editorial suggestion for the footnote. We use a lot of pronouns in the footnote, theys and thoses and stuff like that. I recommended that wherever we can, we use the actual noun instead of pronouns because it's clearer to the reader. I think we can use the actual noun. So if we can replace that and those, I think that's helpful. Not to use that again. Just an editorial suggestion, like I said.
So what Jackie would be recommending is in footnote 3, I guess I'll start with the second sentence, the for example, it would read the same for the first couple lines. And then it says, comma, the historical cost of each individual infrastructure asset that meets, and instead of saying that criteria, we would say that has an expected, or that has exceeded 80% of its estimated useful life, but has not yet reached 100% of its estimated useful life, would be multiplied by, and continuing on. And then the same thing in the, let's say, would be multiplied by its age and the sum of those, the total of those amounts or something like that, divided by the total historic cost of all infrastructure assets that meet, and then repeat it again instead of that criteria.
That's a mouthful, right? But I see what you're saying. To be clear, which of that criteria, which of those criteria,
So
I do.
it
I see the-
explains which
point.
criteria and which totals we're talking about.
There's a footnote, so we can be maybe wordy in the footnote. It's not too bad a thing. I don't know. Jeff?
So since we're on that footnote, I had a few suggestions for the footnote, because I thought, as we talked about, I thought the footnote's important, right, to get people to understand how to do this calculation. My first one, I think, Scott, you said this is okay, is we say weighted to reflect the dollar amount of the historical cost of infrastructure assets. I would say compared to the dollar amount of the total historical cost, because I think we want to be clear that it's dollars to dollars. I think that's self-evident. Then we go on to say of that group of infrastructure assets, I wonder if that should be network, because our illustration is by network. I think we mean network. If we add that group, that's what does that mean? It's what group? What group are you talking about? So I think network. I know we talked about this, Scott. I think network, or you may have had a other suggestion for that.
It's almost back to Jackie's comment. We're not talking about all of them. We're just talking about the ones that we're including in the criteria. So it's probably technically, I don't know how we say it.
Compared to the dollar amount.
Mhm.
You got to get rid of those pronouns.
Of those assets, and just,
Mhm.
let Jackie grind her teeth. But I do think group versus network is a thing I don't think we want to use group.
I would probably, I see Jeff's point. I would probably find something different for group, but it's not network. It's not, because it's not compared to everything. It's compared everything that's in the network, just the ones that have met this criteria.
Right, but as our illustration shows, that would be by network. So it's not the entire network, it's your subset of the network that meets the criteria, but it is still by network. Right, so
Okay, but it can't be just network.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
There's the drafting challenge, I guess. And then my last point, which I don't know if we want to do anything about it, is the point I made is because, again, I think it's important for readers to grasp what we're asking them to do here. This is an important thing to me. So the example, and I know we say for example, but the example we give is the 80%, but not yet 100. But you do the exact same thing for the 100. So I wonder if we should work into the footnote that you would do, this thing is done for 80 to 100, and it's done for 100 plus, which is what our illustration shows. Just so somebody doesn't think, well, this is the calculation for 80 to 100, but there's something else out there for 100 plus when it's the exact same calculation.
it says, for example, and that the requirement, the footnote is just talking, is really trying to define what that term is, the historical cost weighted average age and how you would determine it. The note 11 tells you what to do that for, and it would, to me, is clear you do it for both groups. So I don't think we have to clutter the footnote that it's already getting pretty long with that, given that it says, for example. What was your first one? It was something about the dollar amount or something.
And just because calculations and words are important, weighted to reflect the dollar amount of the historical cost of individual infrastructure assets compared to the dollar amount of the total historical cost of whatever we say.
Okay, all right, I got
right?
that one. That's, I can do it. Yeah, okay. That one's good. All right, so are we good leaving the team with the that's and the those and replacing group with something without seeing it again for this footnote? Jackie?
Yes, I am. Like I said, these were just recommendations that anything we can do to help clarify it for the reader, I think is helpful. So yes, I'm fine with what the staff would propose.
Everybody seems good. Are you good, Scott? Okay, thank you. Anything else on paragraph 11 or its footnote?
So I just wanted to raise one thing that this draft made clearer to me, and I just wanted to make sure we were all on board with it. So our term of art now throughout the document is exceeded 80% of useful life, but reached 100%. And so in my own head, I was probably thinking reached 80% and reached 100%. So in other words, if you're exactly at 80, you don't do a disclosure. If you're at 81, you do a disclosure. Versus being at 100, when you hit 100, you hit 100, right? That's the thing. So was that everybody's understanding of? I think that's probably the way but I don't know if I focused on it until this language change, that little nuance, right? And is everybody okay with, if you're at 80%, you're not doing a disclosure. You're only doing a disclosure if you're at 81%.
I guess technically you'd be doing a disclosure if you were at 80.00001%. But so I'm fine, because if you said reached and reached, I don't know, it sounds better to say exceeded and reached. And I get why we changed the reached to reach, because you can't exceed 100%. You reach 100% and you're done.
Right.
So I'm good with it. And I know technically if you're exactly 80%, then you might not have the disclosure. I would be okay with that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, what's the likelihood that they're really gonna hit 80? And you know what? You hit 80 exactly.
Good
Go
for
ahead.
you.
Good for you. You know,
Go nuts.
take the year off. See you next year.
Jackie.
I agree. I'm fine with the way it's worded.
Robert.
I'll give them the mulligan if they hit 80%.
Diane's good. Okay. Everybody's good with that. But thank you. Sure, just checking. That's fair. It's good. Yeah. If somebody really cared. All right. Anything else on paragraph 11? All right, Scott, we can keep going.
Okay, move on. Paragraph 12.
Anything on 12? Nothing there.
Okay, the two RSI paragraphs, paragraphs 13 and 14.
Anything on the RSI paragraphs?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Diane.
Yeah, on 13, I thought it was clearer if we move the RSI to the very beginning of the sentence, or so it says the RSI requirements instead of the whole sentence through statement 34 for RSI. Make it clear that it's RSI up front. And then second sentence, information in the RSI schedule and take out the to be presented as RSI. So just getting the RSI up front so that when you're reading it, it's like, oh yeah, this is the RSI requirements.
Is that a GASB?
The way it's written now is the way we would probably typically have written it. So it's consistent the way it is written right now.
I didn't know what the GASB formatting would be.
I didn't mean that as a
So-
negative. I didn't mean that as a negative.
Well, I just asked because
No,
I
it's-
assumed we probably say this, I don't want to say routinely, but
I think the way it's phrased now is the way we would typically phrase it.
do you feel strongly to change the format of typical? And does it help that there's a subheader that says RSI right above it? So people would probably know right off the bat.
I like my changes, but I'm not going to die on this hill.
All right, thanks. Anybody want to jump in with Diane, or we're okay leaving it in our more traditional format? Nobody's jumping in with you, Diane. Anything else on 13 or 14? That's all we got.
That made me realize I misspoke earlier. That is paragraph 13 is kind of an example of what we amended paragraph 8 on the modified approach, because there is another paragraph we're modifying in the standard. That's similar.
Something like
yeah,
that
yeah.
would be what we do up.
We'll move on to paragraph 15 on supplementary information, SI.
Just another example. Kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
Any comments on paragraph 15? That one's good.
Okay. Paragraph 16 through 19 on the effective date and transition.
Diane.
Okay, I know this was mentioned at the Gas Act, but I also sent it to Scott too. And that's the comment that was made relating to, the basis paragraph refers to this in B52. The provisions in paragraph 51 to 53 of statement number 62, codification of accounting and financial reporting guidance contained in pre-November 30, 1989. FASB and AICPA pronouncements as amended for comparative financial statements should not be applied to the provisions of this statement in transition. And we say that in the basis on paragraph B52 and say that it's stated in the statement and it's not stated in the statement. So I think it should be added here in the effective date and the transition, so that people are not doing the comparative financial statements and adjusting the previous year.
So you don't then buy the argument that doing it at the beginning of the reporting period, which is, I think, traditionally how we identify this lack of having to redo the year before. You think it would be more clear and important to say it here? Because that's why the phrasing, Scott, correct me if I'm wrong, the rephrasing the beginning of the reporting period of implementation, it is our code for you don't have to do the prior year if you present comparative financial statements.
I don't think we've done this before. And so
Oh.
that is the intent of what we use. And instead
Oh,
of
okay.
saying, generally what we say in our transition paragraphs are is something like the first period, which is applied, leaving it up to, well, you have to still do the, I'm not saying this right. You still have to apply, I guess, apply
all the
apply
periods
provisions of statement
presented.
62 for
Didn't
comparative
we do
statements.
this in one or
Whereas
two?
we changed that wording here,
Yeah, the
intending to
disclosure
mean
where
the
you
same
say
thing,
don't
but
do it
maybe,
for the
what Diane is
comparative
saying
year.
hammers it home in a paragraph after, at the beginning of, we used which the statement is first implemented. Rather than applied. And so maybe that's not nuanced or is too nuanced, I guess is a better way to say it. And maybe saying what Diane is saying is drives that home of what we meant when we said in the beginning of that period, like you said. Talk about using pronouns, Jackie.
Jeff and I are talking about 102 because Jeff said, didn't we do something like this in 102? And it's maybe a little different because it wasn't a transition deal, but we had a general disclosure principle in 102 that says if comparative financial statements are presented, the reporting requirements only apply to the financial statements of the current period. And so, but we meant that to be like that's ongoing all the time, separate than transition, but that might, I was thinking we've done stuff like this before, and maybe that's what I was thinking about too.
And I think what Diane's getting at a little bit, I didn't notice since you just pointed it out. But the basis does it. I think what she's saying is the statement specifies a provision of, it's that word specifies is what she's hanging on to. Because we're basically saying in the basis, we said this very clearly. And I think what she's saying is, it's not as clear to me when I go back to the standard to read it, that we were clear in specifying it. And I think you're saying we're going to clarify that so it is more just directly to the point of, yep,
We can.
yeah, that's what I think she was getting at. That word specify word is the word that was getting you, right?
Right.
Right.
So if we're not going to put something in the standard, in the statement, then we better change B52. So
Minimum softener, right?
yeah, it says it's in the statement.
How would we fix it? We would just say,
We would add that language either as a separate paragraph or probably as a separate paragraph, I would
Okay.
think.
I was thinking as a separate paragraph would probably be helpful rather than confusing.
In the transition provisions, you're saying?
Yes, that
Yes.
as a separate paragraph in the transition provisions.
C or whatever.
It would be paragraph 18 or 19.
I agree with Scott. I think that we should put, and Diane, I think that putting a clarifying paragraph in there is beneficial. I think anything that helps the user better understand what our intent is definitely worthwhile doing.
I mean, it was definitely our intention. So the basis is right. Like we talked about it. That was what we decided. So I'm good with adding something in there to be more clear too. Robert?
I'm good with adding it too, but can you repeat somewhat example what you would be including? I thought you had something on the fly. No?
It probably would be the last part of what the paragraph in the basis Diane read, something like the provisions in paragraphs 51 to 53 of statement 62 should not be applied. We would have comparative statements in there so we know why we're saying it. And specify the paragraphs in the subparagraphs in paragraph 17 that applies to.
Everybody good with that? Nodding heads. Okay. Sounds like a good addition. Seem like you want to raise your hand, but you're okay. Other comments. I got you. Any other comments? Jackie.
Yes, it's my whole thing on clarification again, right? Because in paragraph 17 in part A, it says the requirements of paragraph 6 should be applied to infrastructure assets acquired after the beginning of the reporting period. I'm a little bit concerned about the word acquired, because for those that went back and looked at 6, if they broke out a component on an existing infrastructure asset, they may not interpret that as being acquired, because many of us think of acquired as going out and getting something new. So I'm concerned that they might not apply the component thing. Well, why I'm concerned about that, I don't know. They would apply the component thing to an existing component that they broke out. So I was wondering if we could do some modification to the wording there that would clarify what we mean by that.
Do you have a suggestion?
I was thinking an existing resulting in identification. Well, technically it is acquired. It wasn't newly acquired. So something that was maybe acquired or improved, something like that. Maybe we need to put another word in addition to acquired that causes us to identify the component.
I had the same question as you, Jackie, because my question to Scott was, does this assets acquired after mean for those created there? And maybe it could be infrastructure assets acquired or created after, because that's what you're doing in 6. You're creating an infrastructure asset, right? There is an asset. It was a component of another asset. You're creating an asset from an asset, right?
Or maybe newly identified.
Something like that, in addition to acquired. So acquired or newly identified or something like that. Yeah.
I don't know. Newly identified sounds like I just found it. Oh, look, I identified this road that I didn't record before. I don't.
Would apply to additions to infrastructure assets and acquisitions after the beginning? Take care of your concern, Jackie.
Yeah, I think something like that would.
Well, it depends what I mean, in addition to me seems like you've added
Right.
on. You could just have an existing asset and you now follow the standard and it's like, hey, my existing asset, this component is costly, is a significant cost, a substantially different useful life. I didn't improve anything. I just have my asset and now I'm implementing this standard. So that's why I'm not sure improved or additions or whatever. That's why I'm saying created or something like that, because
Newly identified would
Or-
be something. It would be already, it could already be existing, but we're just newly identifying it. Something like that.
But
What about
but
put
the
into
whole-
this is just
service?
to the components section.
But yeah, because the whole point is, unless you've done something to a pre-existing infrastructure asset, the results, i.e. acquires, in which you acquire a new component of that infrastructure asset, you don't have to do paragraph 6. So to me, acquired made sense in the sense that, like, I would have had an infrastructure that existed, a road, and subsequent to the effective date of the standard, I've resurfaced that road. Well, that resurface is now, I've acquired a new infrastructure asset, the surface. The fact that I already had the old one, this is kind of the conversation we got into last time about how the transition provisions were actually going to work. And so the thought is, I've acquired that new surface, therefore that's a new asset. If you don't do anything to the road, that paragraph's not going to apply. The road can just sit there and still depreciate, and there's nothing to do.
I agree with you, Alan, that is technically correct, but I'm not sure that everybody is going to be able to interpret it the way you do, because many people, when they think acquire, they think never there before, got it, and put it there.
I'm not saying I disagree with that. Just make sure we're all coming at it from the same place. I appreciate what you're saying. Of course, I sit there and go, what's the better word? And
So what about put into service? Because isn't that what we're doing with the infrastructure assets?
But in that case, again, it was already put into service, right? All we're doing is breaking it out, right, into the component.
You want whatever's being put into service after this implementation date. That's what we're going to evaluate as components.
Then that's the acquired, right?
Well, but sometimes you're just building it yourself.
I mean, I could live with the existing language or put into service. But I think the distinction, and Alan was, is it, I wouldn't want a stakeholder to assume that we're implying that you componentize at transition of existing assets. Because that was part of what the back and forth was, is that we're not going to do that. This is going to be a prospective exercise, and hopefully, do this to improve the overall accounting, but not make it overly burdensome at the time when the standard's implemented. I wouldn't want to put anything in there that we're newly identified. Someone's going to go, oh, well, the surface, well, I got to go and I got to componentize upon implementation. I'm going, don't do, I mean, I think acquired, I mean, we're really kind of getting into wordsmithing, but I think acquired does it. I could live with put in service, because I think that's maybe a little broader, and maybe it actually is better in that's clearer, that people would think it's something that's done in the future, not at that date.
I agree that placed in service has similar problems, but it does seem a little better than acquired. Like it's I don't know. It could still have the same problem, but it sounds better than acquired to me.
It might be easier to explain in the basis than that we mean placed in service would be identified subsequent to. So I could live with something like that. Acquired to me is troublesome.
We change acquired to placed in service. Is everybody good?
I think we can make placed in service work.
Okay. Jeff?
I struggle a little bit with this because I do recognize that I lost the battle about this prospective application. So in order to minimize my hemorrhaging, I wanted to make sure that a newly created component infrastructure asset, in other words, I didn't want this just to read to apply to all your assets. You don't have to do anything. If you have all long-lived assets, you don't have to do anything under this for 50 years. But rather that if you have assets and you do something that componentizes something and it triggers paragraph 6, that you would do that. And I'm not quite sure we're getting there because of this term infrastructure assets, which now has 2 levels. You have an infrastructure asset going in, and then you have a new infrastructure asset created under paragraph 6. And I'm not quite sure how to create that nuance because this thing says the requirements of paragraph 6. So I was thinking, could we add a parenthetical, including for the purposes, but it doesn't make sense, right? It's that confusion about, will somebody misconstrue infrastructure assets, say, hey, my infrastructure assets are locked to transition and that's it. I don't have to do any of this componenting until I get an entirely newly created infrastructure asset. And that's what I don't want to have happen. And I'm still struggling with how do I think, Jackie, you're saying the same thing, but I'm not quite sure how you get to all these things aren't sort of getting me placed in service, isn't getting me there, or that's why something newly something like that would sort of get me, and I don't think that's perfect, but it's sort of getting me there, that it's, if you create an asset under 6, right, that's what would fall under your transition provisions, right? Not just only brand new infrastructure assets.
But isn't a component under 6 a brand new infrastructure asset?
It is.
They're all brand new infrastructure
Because
assets.
I understand, because we know what we're talking about, right? But other people are not going to know what we're talking about, right? And they're going to say, my infrastructure assets, as they are at transition, I don't have to do anything until I acquire, because I'm not going to componentize. You're not asking me to componentize everything day one.
Right.
So only thing this is going to apply to is brand new infrastructure assets that 50 years from now I'm going to componentize, right? Because I got a brand new asset then that I now componentize later on. But I don't have to do anything to my current batch of infrastructure assets, right? I don't have to even think about 6 because I'm still using that same water sewer plant. And until I get a brand new water sewer plant, I don't have to do anything with componentization. That's how I fear this could be read.
I hear you, but 6 basically says you have an asset. And when you componentize it, you now have a separate infrastructure asset. And that separate infrastructure asset was placed in service after transit, after the effective date. I don't know how you don't get there.
Now, I suppose, Alan, we could say, because I think we're saying this is how it works, right? This, and we believe that the words on the page in the standard say how this is worked. So maybe in the, we say in the basis, we make some statement in the basis that this is, you know, the board discussed that this, whatever but at this point, so that's clarifying what we did in the standard. That's the purpose of the basis, right? It's to explain or whatever, but not create new standards. I don't think we're creating new standards because I believe the words on the page function only if you don't misconstrue them. And so in order to not misconstrue them, say in the basis, the board believes this applies to newly created components in paragraph 6 to existing infrastructure assets after, you know, a transition or whatever.
If we said acquired or improved, I kind of see some problems with that, but is that better? I mean, an improvement technically should be capitalized. But
I can work with anything that modifies acquired. So adding in improved, that helps because it gives us a chance to identify that it's something other than going out and getting brand new product that wasn't ever in existence before. Placed in service kind of works for me because I think we can work around that too. So anything that either replaces or adds to acquired works for me.
you said acquired or improved. Does that help you, Mr. Praviti?
I mean,
improved certainly connotates it.
You've
it's
done
something to an existing
and
asset.
I think that's right. And I think what we agreed is that you have to improve something to trigger 6, right? Is what we're basically saying, right? Like in the way we intend these transition provisions to work, right? So even though we don't say improved anywhere in 6, right? Like I think it gets me there if we say something in the basis that says this is this is what we mean here. Then I think that could get me there.
Just one question about improved. While I'm not opposed to it, and theoretically you should be improving, but really you're modifying, right? Because I don't know if it's an improvement or not, but you might be changing, right? You're changing the infrastructure asset, right? So do you want to get into an improvement of the infrastructure asset, or is it just acquired or modified? Like you're essentially saying you changed and then you're componentizing. Does that matter?
I guess that modified doesn't sound very capitalizable to me always. Sometimes it could be, but sometimes is a repair a modification, right? That's something that we wouldn't capitalize or consider to be a component. I don't know. Jackie.
Okay, so maybe then we go acquired or add to the existing life of, because that is capitalized by definition.
If you get to, but if I have the road and I capitalize the road and it's 40 years and I resurface it after I've implemented the standard, I resurface it, what we decided before was that resurfacing now should go through the componentization criteria and be broken out. But if I didn't think about it in that context, it doesn't get me to the end of my 40, 60-year road because I resurfaced it. And so I don't think that would trigger me doing it. Right. what has been the one, Jeff, that you believe works the best?
Well, the one I'm now reconsidering is placed in service. Because 17A says paragraph 6, so you got to be thinking about paragraph 6, right? When you're and what paragraph 6 is saying, you got this new component that's coming into, and I'm placed in service, I think lessens that potential confusion, right? Because that's what you're doing. You got a new component, you're putting it in service, and so now it should fall under your transition provision. So I'm thinking placed in service, which I think is what Jackie said, would be an improvement over acquired.
Everybody live with changing acquired to placed in service? Okay. Sold. Anything else on paragraphs 16 through 19? Jeff?
All right. So one other thing on transition, just one other, I promise. So my question to Scott was, and I was focusing on the entirety of the transition provision. So I said, would paragraph 11, so the 80% disclosure, because it's not specifically cited in any of these, where we cite paragraphs. So that would mean it would fall to, because it's not in the except for the provisions, it's applied prospectively. So I said, well, does that mean for current year assets, I recognize if you do comparative statements, you're not doing this, but for current year assets, if you're above 80, you don't do a disclosure? I don't know that that's what we agreed to, right? So I think, or am I misconstruing paragraph? And I don't know, Scott, you mentioned maybe paragraph 11 should go into C.
Well, first of all, and how standards are applied is you have to, a disclosure paragraph, a disclosure has to be provided or it doesn't. And so every year they would determine whether that has to be provided or doesn't if it's not listed in the exception. So to provide it prospectively means you would have to provide it in the year of implementation or not.
Or, existing assets are above
Your existing-
80, you're going to
would
have to do that
yes.
paragraph 11 disclosure. And so there's no changes to 17 need to do to accomplish that.
I don't believe so if that's your concern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead,
it does,
Scott.
I guess just to piggyback on that, and it doesn't need to be talked about in the comparative nature because you're only doing it for the current year already. So we don't, I mean, theoretically it's the same, but because we're saying you just apply it the first time in this period, you don't worry about it. But maybe I'm not, now that I say that, maybe I'm not. I think we would have to list it.
It would need to be listed comparative because I don't want them
Yeah,
to
so we
have
would
to go
have to
back
list-
and do
we-
it
we would have
for the
to list it.
prior year.
We would have to list it everywhere. Paragraph 9 is already listed.
We only care about
the other.
the end of the current year is the just first disclosure.
So it would need to go into C and then in the list above. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else on 16 through 19, Jeff?
So now I'm getting a little more confused. So Scott, when you do the lead into 17, it's except for 6, 7, 9, and 13, right? And what I think you're saying is in C, because that's where it's talking about the comparative thing, 9 and 13, you would make 9, 11, and 13. Does that mean that 11 goes up top?
Both places up
And
top.
so 11 then, so except for the provisions changes, so that means 11's now out of the changes adopted to conform the provision should be applied prospectively. And so where would 11 go? Because now we do want it applied prospectively, you just don't want it to comparatives. You understand what I'm saying? Because that except at the start of the paragraph wipes out all those paragraphs from the perspective. And now if we just tell you, you don't have to do a comparative, it doesn't tell you perspective, right?
Isn't that what 16 is
Or you would have
saying?
to,
But essentially, if I'm following this right, so you would exempt 11 from being prospective, but then 17C would say the requirements of paragraph 11
yeah.
should be applied to the beginning of the reporting period in which the statement's first implemented.
And
So
that
that's
is,
when we're telling you specifically when to start, which means
that's functionally
compare-
perspective. That's functionally perspective. Is that the,
it's prospective without doing anything to the comparative.
right? And so that 17C sort of substitutes for saying perspective up top, right? It just says here, apply it to your first beginning period and then going forward from there.
Yes,
Okay,
that's the way I read it to
Okay.
be.
okay.
You good, Scott? Okay.
So that, just to clarify, so that's the top of 17, that first piece, we're adding 11, 6, 7, no. And then in C as well,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Those two spaces.
Three spots.
So we added at the underline at the end of that opening two, we added in there as well? All three? Okay.
Yes. Anything else on 16 through 19? That's it.
We did, Joel, get a comment. So I have roughly scribbled notes about 19. That if you are already a modified person, you should be able to provide the 10 years. And if you're newly modified, yes, it's 5. You can build up to the thing. Is that something we want to entertain or just leave it to?
I believe that was, to me, that was the purpose of may not be available initially.
Even the second sentence, Joel, information
In
should
the-
be presented as for as many years as available. If you've been
If-
doing
if you-
modified for 20
if
years,
you've
you've got
done it,
10 years
it's
available.
available. I would think that's clear enough. But thank you for pointing out the Gas Act comment. We addressed it. Anything else? 16 through 19. All right, maybe we can get through A and then we'll take a break.
Okay. We'll move to page 6, appendix A. I guess we'll do it paragraphs A1 through A3 together. Any comments?
Any comments on A1 through A3?
It's very minor, but on line 2, general, I couldn't find it anywhere in 34 that it was a qualifier. Whether it's in or out, I really don't care, but it just talks about infrastructure assets. So I don't know if that was intended to somehow describe something or distinguish certain.
Jackie?
I think that's referring to the fact that these are tied to governmental funds as opposed to business type activities, probably general infrastructure assets.
But water and sewer utilities are generally business type activities and they're still infrastructure assets.
But I think that was just the way the standard was originally laid out in 34, probably. The use of the term general.
That's why it was used, that
Okay.
the reporting requirements for sewer and water and enterprise activities, they were required to, but general governmental
Okay.
activity or
Governmental, okay.
infrastructure assets in the governmental activities, that there was no requirement.
Anything else on A1 through 3? Now that we got through that big section, maybe we could take a break. Come back at like just 15 minutes at 9:55 and we'll start back. See everybody then. All right, welcome back. We are continuing on with our infrastructure ballot draft of an exposure draft. Scott, what part would you like to go to next?
I think we're on Appendix B on page 7. We'll just do these by section. Of course, the first one's just one paragraph, B1. Any comments on B1?
I think that one is good.
Okay. Paragraphs B2 and B3 on scope and applicability.
Or comments B2 or 3? Jeff?
I had a small suggestion for the end of B3. So B2 talks about the pre-agenda research, and then B3 goes on to say at the end, the board believes the historical cost of infrastructure assets in relation justifies limiting the scope. While I agree with that statement, I also would add what we talked about in B2, so that the board believes that the feedback of the pre-agenda research outlined above and the historical cost of infrastructure assets justifies limiting the scope. Because I think the research really informed our view that we were going to limit this to infrastructure assets rather than all capital assets. And the fact that infrastructure assets are a big part of the assets that governments have. So both reasons for the justification.
I'm sorry, say it again. So we got, believes that you got the historical cost in relation, but what was the thing you wanted to add?
The results or feedback of the pre-agenda research outlined above and historical cost.
Mike.
Oh. The feedback of the pre-agenda research outlined above and the historical cost of infrastructure assets. It's making both points that that was why I came out. I think why we came out for limiting the scope.
I think that's fair and seems like a good add to me. Does anybody object to that? You're good with that one, Scott?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Anything else on B2 or B3? I think we can go to the next section.
Okay, since this one goes over multiple pages, I guess we'll just do page at a time. Paragraph B4, which starts on page 7 and rolls over into page 8.
B4? Nothing there.
And I guess we'll do the paragraphs that are all at least start on page 8, paragraphs B5 through B8.
I appreciated the addition you made at the end of B6. Thank you. Any comments B through B8? Robert?
Getting back, Mr. Chairman, to your comment earlier about the consistent in B8, it said communications networks on line 37. Just noticed that. And line 41.
Yeah, I didn't catch it there. The place I caught it's in the COD instructions, but the board believes that communications networks that meet, yeah. I would imagine that should be consistent with whatever we did above. Thanks, Robert.
Although now we say towers, don't we?
Yeah, they were two different things.
So I think
Oh.
we just need to be consistent with the language that's in the standards section.
Yeah, the intent of that paragraph, it ends with talking about communication tower. It's that we would need to make it there, but we're starting with how the board, yeah, I see it. But yes, we would need to make the change there at top of page 9.
Very, very good. Anything else through B8? All right, I think that was good.
Okay. I guess we'll take the first two paragraphs in the next section that are on page 9, B9 and B10 on recognition and measurement.
Jeff?
I think Joel, you made this request, right, to add this stuff back in, right, which was the whole, these other things we looked at, these other approaches. The one thought I had here was that we talk about fair value or replacement cost, sort of starting on line 18. However, the board believes fair value replacement cost generally is not appropriate because these approaches are, sort of talks about the theoretical conceptual reasons not to do it. I think part of our discussion too was that we recognize these would be costly to do. That doing those approaches would be a pretty costly proposition for governments. I don't know whether we should just hinge ourselves entirely on the conceptual, or should we also include something to the effect that we recognize it would have been burdensome to have governments fair value all their infrastructure assets every year. I think that was part of our discussion. And I think we should recognize that we're sensitive to the cost proposition there.
Does the next sentence not encompass that in a bit?
The in addition sentence?
Yeah.
The intent of that sentence is more to the modified approach.
I mean, I
Yeah,
again, it's
but-
not the exact same thing.
Yeah, it's not
but-
relating to fair value or
Okay.
replacement cost, right? So I don't know, Scott, I think it was part of our discussions, right? Depends on how sensitive you want to be to costs.
I mean, I guess one could say, well, you could have disclosed it and then the interperiod equity disclosed fair value or replacement cost, and then the interperiod equity wouldn't be as big a concern. So then the cost becomes more important if you were to consider adding a disclosure. And so maybe the cost in a way kind of covers all that if somebody wanted to argue that too. But so I guess I'm agreeing with you that maybe adding it in there would be important to.
Yeah, I mean, I think you just added to the end of that sentence and saying, and recognizing the cost burden of these approaches on governments or something like that.
Additionally, the board was concerned about the cost
Right,
to governments.
yeah.
Is that fair for everybody to add? Yes. Okay. At the end of that paragraph, the other thing I highlighted, and I kind of went back to the PV, and it's not really in there as much as I remember us talking about it. So maybe this is fine, but to me, one of the other reasons we didn't kind of get into modified approach for everyone, some of it was cost to perform the condition assessments, but some of it was a lack of a consistent measurement scale, like an industry-wide specific measurement scale to be applied to it, for them to apply to. So they would have to create their own measurement scales and all that stuff, which kind of gets to cost as well. But part of it is that lack of a consistent rating, to me, was important. And I don't know if that notion is important to bring in here or not, if others think that was an important part of that decision, or it wasn't in the PV as much as I remember it. We talk about
Yeah, but
the
there's no
measurement scale, but
standardized.
we talk about it more in the light of the modified approach as it exists currently, rather than modified approach for everyone. We didn't really get into that part of it necessarily in the PV, so maybe it's fine to leave it out here. But if others thought, well, that's a pretty important part, then maybe we could add it in. Jackie?
I think it's worth adding it in because even though we might not have talked about it in the PV, it was a response, our discussion was a response to a lot of comments we got back related to it, and the fact that, users would like to have seen it, but we said we can't come up with anything that's reliable. So I think it's worth adding it in.
All right. Anybody else?
I agree. It's definitely worth including in, even though we didn't cover it a lot in the PV. Once you brought it up, I do remember some early on conversations.
Scott, I was kind of hoping to pull a sentence out of the PV and say, could we just put this in there? But are you okay just adding that kind of notion in here somehow? Thank you.
And to your point about the last sentence, I suggested to Scott that because it's not, we don't clearly say it, we would say something like at the very end there, as required by the modified approach, to make it clear to set off this sentence as being a modified approach thing versus sentences that are before it are not modified approach things. So that then you could say as the modified approach, and then maybe add your sentence after that saying, and also there was no standardized assessments. Just because condition assessments were tied to the modified approach, and we don't say modified approach in that sentence, right? But that was the thing we were considering expanding to all governments, right?
Okay. So that the notion you're trying to bring in is that
It's a
Okay.
modified approach thing.
I don't want to add the confusion by putting modified approach in, but if we made sure that what we're saying here is we were considering modified approach for everybody, and that's what we didn't do.
I would propose doing it at the beginning of the sentence, but yeah.
I think that
But
makes
I agree. Yes, makes
Okay.
sense, especially with the comments
Okay.
earlier.
that makes I like that putting it in the middle. I was concerned we were confuse people that we were talking about the modified approach here and changing it as opposed to okay. Any other comments on? What were we? B9 and 10? Is that what we did? Any other comments on B9 or 10? All right. Thanks, Scott.
Okay, we'll move on to B11.
B11. Anybody have that on their bingo cards? That's good.
Okay, because I keep breaking them by page and we're getting nothing on the next page, I'm going to just keep them all in the sections from here out until we slow down. The next section on the components section, B12 through B15, which is on pages 10 and 11.
B12 through B15, Robert.
Huge minor one though. And paragraph B12, I think on line 15, it would be consistent with the standard if we say in which the cost of one of those components is significant.
That's a good add to have it be consistent with the standard. That's good.
Because otherwise, what's the relevance of significant?
Sure. Yeah. Anything else? B12 through B15? All right, next section.
Okay, yeah, next section on the periodic review, paragraphs B16 through B20.
Thing through B20. Nothing on that section.
Okay, the next section on the modified approach, paragraphs B21 and I guess it's all now B21.
Only thing, B21, we have the processes. Government should have processes to perform kind of in the middle there. And so if we take that out above, then maybe we don't, I don't know if we need it there or not, or.
Which line are you looking at? I apologize.
Well, I'm not looking at the, I'm looking at a
It's
different
line
version.
11 of
Okay.
page 14,
Okay.
I think is where we say processes.
Government should
Yeah,
have processes to
24 on
perform
page
each
11.
of the requirements.
Depends
And
on-
line 7.
Mhm.
Line 24, the clean version.
Here's-
markup.
We actually say it twice. We say it in line 7 and say it in line 11
Oh,
on the markup. And you could just delete the same words we deleted in standard, right?
Okay, so I see. So you're in the first instance is in the sentence that begins with as a result.
Right.
yes. Yes.
Change it to something as a result. The board believes that rather than requiring governments to have an asset management system,
Government should meet
Form.
or meet each of the requirements.
yeah, I was
To
gonna
meet
say
would be
as
consistent
long
with the
as
change.
the government meets.
As it meets each of the requirements.
Because it should kind of reflect the change that was made up above. in the
Right.
standard, right, yeah.
This said the board also believes that allowing governments to fulfill the requirements to use the modified approach, just have processes two out.
I think we probably just say the board believes that this would provide flexibility.
Sure. Board believes this will provide flexibility for
gov-
governments that want to report their infrastructure.
Or
That's so
additional-
much
More
better
direct, yeah.
versus allowing them to fulfill.
Yeah.
Who are we?
We're the GASB, damn it. But that does sound better. All right, anything else on B21? All right, thanks, Scott.
Okay, the next section, the first one under notes, paragraphs B22 and B23.
Thing through B23. No comments there.
Okay, next section on the monitoring policy note, paragraphs B24 through B26.
Any comments on this section? No comments there either, Scott?
Okay. Next section on the 80% disclosure, B27 through B29.
Lots of words here to describe this. Any comments? Is that a hand raised, Jeff?
Yeah, so a couple of, so looking at paragraph 17, the carryover of B29. I'm looking at line 3. We say, however, the board believes it is a percentage that is close enough to the end of the estimated useful lives of a significant number of infrastructure assets. So as I thought about that some more, I said, do we really need to say of a significant number? Because it makes it sound like I don't really have a gauge of that, right? I believe it's a reasonable proxy to use 80. But if somebody were to say, what significant number did you settle on there, right? Like, was it 70% of assets are there or 60? I don't have a handle on that. But I think we can make the point without simply
but-
just by striking of a significant number.
The point isn't the number of assets that are aged. The point is we want the aged assets disclosed, whether they're few or many.
Right, and
So-
so the fact that we thought this threshold of 80 would be close enough to the end of a significant number of assets, well, I don't have a gauge of that, right? So I don't feel like we need to say that. We can still make our point without that in there.
Yeah. So delete of a significant number.
Correct. And I think the point is still the point.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, that's good. Anybody object to that? Okay, that's good. What
Um,
else?
And then in line 13, I've sort of bothered Scott a lot about this. He's probably tired of it. But we say, however, the board still believes that the disclosure of infrastructure assets that have exceeded 80% provides essential information about infrastructure assets that are, we say, nearing the end of their useful lives. And I think the point is just as valid for those who have reached the end of their useful lives. So it's a distinction. I think it's maybe subtle distinction, but it's not just nearing. It's for those, because the disclosure is 80, above 80, including above 100. So we're saying that are nearing or at the end of their useful lives, right? Like that, the point is still just as valid. It's not the nearing that's just a concern. We also have a concern of those that are at the end of their useful lives. But I don't know, Scott, you thought about that. I think you may have had some other thoughts on there.
I don't think it, I mean, I think flowing from the prior sentence and this one starting with the however, I mean, the concept wasn't,
We're talking about maybe getting rid of estimated use.
well, definitely, yeah, estimated probably needs to go out of there. I would believe is that that's the intent is the end of their useful life, whether it's estimated or not. But the prior sentence is talking about, how we're expecting to have less of these hitting 100. And so I think flowing the sentence makes sense. And then if you want the concept you're talking about, I think we need that added as more an additional sentence.
In other words, it's not just about the ones that have reached the end of their useful lives. It's important to disclose the ones that are nearing the end. And that's what the sentence is trying to say. We've already kind of said the ones at are important.
Yeah, we're trying to highlight that this helps us probably clean up the ones that get to the end of their useful lives by examining the ones that are near their useful lives, right? So that flows together. And so that Jeff's point, if we make that point, has to be a completely separate point that doesn't interfere with those two sentences.
And kind of looking at that, I think we do cover that already in the first, in B27. And where we have the A and B.
I agree. It's in B27. Yeah. I'm
So
just
then-
not
then-
quite sure, Scott, that the sentence that has the nearing in it links to exactly to the one prior. But you can take a look at it, I guess. Because the one prior is talking about, we think that this should,
Mhm.
this should decrease the number that reach 100%. However, the board still believes disclosures of ones that have exceeded 80%.
This whole paragraph is really talking about the 80 to 100s, not the hundreds. Because we got pushback about the 80 to 100s.
Yeah. Maybe it's okay if it stays as is. Yeah.
Jackie.
I'm okay with the way it's worded because I think that it ties specifically to why we're requiring that additional piece after talking about the 100%. So I'm fine with the way it's worded.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Anything else through B29? All right, next section, Scott.
Okay, description of the modified approach, paragraphs B30 through B32.
Anything in this section? No comments here.
Okay. Next section, maintenance and preservation expenses, B33 through B35.
Any comments through B35? Robert?
On 35, it's two long sentences. The first one implies that we think this is important, and the PV said it was essential. Yeah, we just sort of dismiss it because of the cost benefit issue. It's all, I don't have a suggestion for language, but is there something where it just seems it's really important, and yet, okay, do we need something else there that more explanation or emphasis regarding cost benefit? And we have an alternative view that is disputing that this should be included. And the objection is based in large part on not including this proposal in the exposure draft. So I agree. I still agree that this disclosure shouldn't be required, but is there more justification that should be included here, or more explanation? Probably is a better word choice than justification.
Robert, does it is almost like the cost consideration almost comes out of B34. Like B34 is this long paragraph about, and then talks about the field test and talks about the problems. And would it help to have a reference back to B34 or something like that? Or
Yeah, potentially. Or, I mean, because there were a couple other places earlier on in the basis where we talk about more significantly about feedback from respondents about costs. And that may,
if we just said as previously identified in the basis,
I think that might,
costs were include that in here somewhere or something to kind of encompass that discussion, all that discussion into the costs that were considered there.
And we're talking in B35.
And that last sentence somehow.
That's exactly, however, the board was persuaded by those respondents, the PV and field test participants.
Yeah.
Identifying as discussed in.
as discussed. Yeah, I think that would help. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody object to that? Okay. Thanks, Scott. Thanks, Robert. Anything else through B35? Right. Next section.
B36 through B39 on RSI.
Anything on the RSI basis section? No board comments there.
Okay. So SI, supplementary information, paragraph B40.
Any comments on B40?
Okay. Cost, benefits and costs, B41 through B45.
Any board comments through B45? Jeff?
I have one at the end of B45. I guess it's the last sentence where we make the statement, the board believes the transition provisions will decrease costs incurred by governments because governments would not be required to apply changes retroactively. That was true, except for the change now we've made to paragraph 18 with the one-time retroactive, right? So I think we need to soften that a little bit in some way to say would not be required to apply changes for, I don't know, most requirements or.
I put certain.
Yeah, some way to, well, because it's definitive now that it's no retroactive. But I understand it's a one-time retroactive, but it is still a retroactive.
And I had would not be required to apply certain changes that result from the statement retroactively. Does that help?
I mean, you could even say, you could even make it most requirement. You know what I mean? Like it's not like 50%.
I'm fine with certain or most.
Yeah, because the point is we're not doing the retroactive thing, and that's true for the most part. It's just, it's not entirely true.
Most. And Scott, I think at least it's that section right before that, it references B47 through B52, and it should be B51, I think. Is everybody good with saying apply most changes that result, not be required to apply most changes that result from the statement retroactively?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else through B45? All right, Scott, next section. Any comments through B51?
Sorry, I don't think I had my mic on, but we will make changes to acquired that we made
Okay.
in the standard section.
Yeah, and if you could, Scott, that's, I guess, in B49, and that's sort of to my point of maybe we could add something in the basis there that explaining what we mean by placed in service, you know, the whole discussion about why what our expectation is that this would apply to newly created components. I think B49 would be the place for that. And the other point, sort of as a lead on to what we were just talking about in B45 and B48, the last sentence of B48 says the board believes significant costs may be necessary to change the measurement for accumulated depreciation. That's really what paragraph 18 is doing now, right? As a one-time proposition, like granted, but that comes across as pretty strong. That was a thing for why we didn't do it. And now we're doing it one time. So I think there needs to be some softening here to sort of suggest, while we acknowledge it's hard, it is only one time. And, you know, we feel the results are worth, you know, the juice is worth the squeeze type of thing in there. Because our emphasis has sort of shifted a little.
I've been trying to, as we sit here, figure out my note because I wrote a note on this same section, and I think I'm talking about the same thing you are, but I've tried to decipher what I was writing, but I do hate that. So this paragraph B48 starts with except for paragraph 6, which is componentization. The board believes the provision should be applied only to those infrastructure assets that are held at the date. As discussed in B45, the board believes significant costs may be necessary to change the measurement of accumulated depreciation that are currently held.
That's paragraph 7. Paragraph 7, that we have one time.
We're making them retroactively do it.
Right.
It does seem like, I don't know, the sentence isn't.
It needs to be reworked a little bit, I think. Right. I don't know that we need to wordsmith it, but you get what I'm talking about.
Does that make sense, Scott?
Should we just delete the second sentence and combine it with the lower paragraph?
I mean,
It depends, right, Joel, if you want to, whatever, we say certain or most. If you want to articulate, because that was a change, and I think it's not an insignificant one. Like why we had to make that change to most, because we now do have paragraph 18. I think we should say something about it. We shouldn't be silent on it. And so B48 may be the place to put something to say that we felt that this retroactive application one time of this depreciation expense was important because
but it seems like we do that in B50. And so I'm kind of with Scott. Maybe we just delete that sentence because B49, B50 kind of get at that. That's where all the detail is.
yeah, I guess that's right, sitting down there in B50.
So maybe we just delete that sentence in B48.
Yeah. This is no longer true.
Right.
Right.
And we
do
don't-
our justification down below.
Yeah, we don't
right?
really
So-
need it.
Right.
So
Right.
I think that's a good suggestion, Scott. Is everybody okay if we just delete that sentence?
Mhm.
Correct. Deleting. sentence.
I think we just would drop it down into the next paragraph and delete.
So so it kind of, because it relates to B49. Okay. Okay, yeah, because everything that's in there relates to those two things in B49 and not to paragraph 7. So, okay, that makes sense. Everybody's good? You're good with that, Jeff?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else through B51?
My only other clarity question on, I guess there's a lot of number changes. B50, the one we're just talking about. I guess we say it, so I acknowledge that we say it. Being depreciated initially, we use the word initially there, because I'm focusing on this is a one-time thing. And so we say initially, and then we say of that review. My point is it clear enough that this is a one-time thing? That every time you do this, you don't have to restate. This is only a one-time thing. I understand it's in the transition section, so, you can read into it, but is it?
I mean, it's in the transition section. As a result, it won't be codified. So,
Right, so.
I mean, this is also non-authoritative as the basis. So, I mean,
Yeah, so, but. Because we might meet some resistance, right, to it. And so I wouldn't want it to be misconstrued as more than it is. That it's a one-time thing. So if we think that, so I could get there, but I'm just saying we could be stronger about it as a one-time thing.
I mean, my fix for it is to add something like in the year of implementation or something like that, but we're in the transition provisions. Like
Yeah.
you could say that about everything that's kind of in here. And so I start circling into kind of what Alan said, that we're in the transition provision section. And so it
Yeah,
kind of should be clear.
just checking, but I wanted to ask.
Anything else through B51? Okay, Scott.
Okay. The next section's on the alternative views. I guess twofold. One, does the board members have any comments on the alternative views that were brought forth? And two, does, you've thought of it as gone along, because I know Robert brought it up at one point not too long ago, but is there anything you think needs strengthened in what's already been written to potentially address or better support the majority of the board's positions on these issues that the alternative views have brought up. So I guess we'll take the whole section and that question as well.
Any board members have any feedback for the alternative view author of each of the two alternative views? We'll do that first, and then we can get back to the strengthening. Diane?
I just wanted to ask, make sure that you got the revised version. Okay, good. Thank you.
So you made some edits to a couple of the paragraphs.
Do you want to highlight? I forgot to bring that with me. I did get them. I forgot. Do you want to maybe do a summary or quick?
Sure.
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Let me pull that up. Okay. Okay, you want to know the differences, the changes? Okay. At the very end of B64, I added a sentence that says, generally, the size of road improvement projects for existing roads will vary depending upon the budget and urgency of the improvements and will not correspond to the entirety of the original road. This will make these improvements difficult to assess as to whether they would constitute significant components. 65, I made quite a few changes, so I'll just read the whole paragraph. The board member also believes that some governments could have difficulty in determining whether future road work is considered an improvement to be capitalized as a component or recognized as maintenance costs when the existing road costs are aggregated in the road network. In the example above, some governments capitalize the 2029 costs for milling and overlay, but do not depreciate it as a component or remove the original road costs due to the lack of individual road details. This could continue with future road improvement projects for existing roads that have been aggregated in the road network and could overstate the amount recognized as the road network of infrastructure assets in a government's financial statements. Conversely, some governments could consider the 2029 milling and overlay as maintenance and expense it, since the original road is still being depreciated in the aggregate and they lack information to make an informed decision to capitalize it as a component. Once the original road is fully depreciated, if these projects continue to be expensed, this could understate the amount recognized as the road network of infrastructure assets. That's it.
You're really highlighting this maybe increased difficulty because of the componentization requirement of determining when something is a repair versus when is something a new component, new asset, as we say resurface parts of a road that was originally done a certain way. Which is kind of what you were saying before, but this is a honed in version of that, right?
Hopefully
Yes.
a little bit clearer, yes.
Any responses, any board comments related to Diane's edit or anything, I guess, related to either of the alternative views? Any other feedback for them, for the authors? Don't see any. Carolyn?
I really like 53 through 61. I have no additional comments.
Thanks, Carolyn. All right, any did any board members, after reading, now seeing these alternative views, feel like any other parts of the basis need to be amended, strengthened, changed? I didn't have any. No. Think we're good. Thank you, Scott. And thank you, board members, for writing your alternative views.
Okay, we'll move on to Appendix C, the illustration. I guess we'll go page by page here. And anything on the first page of the marked up version. I guess it's the first couple paragraphs in the first chart.
Diane?
This is minor, but you need total road network at the bottom of the road network assets. Or at least total.
The word total,
Yeah.
like as below the bridges. Jeff?
And in the assumption, we say it a couple places, in the assumption, leading assumption paragraphs, the last sentence, we say the components of. Should it be the networks of, or I mean, we have it as road network asset, bridge network asset. So
I wrote details because this is a detail of what's in the network. I just said the details of the county's infrastructure assets are follows. I agree, we don't need to say the word components.
Right. Because I mean, they are by network, but they're not the entire network. Right? Because they're only the ones that are 80, or these are the entire network.
This is the entire.
Yeah. So you could, would it be incorrect to say network? For purposes of these charts that follow here, not the
Oh, but-
disclosures. This is meant to be their networks, right?
In my mind, is meant to be the details of their networks. Because it's showing kind of each item within the network.
So you're saying just say the details of the counties.
To me, that would be more clear.
So, I mean, it's obviously a condensing, these are all the individual assets within each of these networks. So could we say the individual assets comprising the county's infrastructure assets are as follows? I mean, I know what you mean by detail, but others, I don't know, it's semantics.
I like detail and getting away from component, since that's something else and we don't want to confuse. But I think details is fine.
I guess, Robert, my preference would be to use details instead of the individual assets, just to avoid a unit of account kind of connotation.
And then Joel, how do you get rid of components in the next paragraph?
Well, I didn't see it in the next paragraph, Jeff. Where is it? Oh, okay. The following table. Yeah, so just take, yeah, of components out or components of out.
Okay, so the first change would be the following. I'm sorry, the details of the county's infrastructure assets by network are as follows. Okay.
Sure.
And then the other places, it'll come up again, not just the next one, we'll just strike components of. Okay.
Yes. Both places, because it comes up again, I guess,
Yeah.
later.
Yeah.
Okay. And then one other comment is in the footnote A under the chart. Should it be asset has reached 100% instead of met? I guess met's okay too, but we use the word reached in the standard. Right. Yeah. Any other comments on this first kind of page, I guess? Jeff?
So we're on to the calculation. Are you there? The calculation table.
And I don't remember exactly what Scott called, but I thought he kind of said the first page, like the chart,
Okay.
but we have kind of moved on
We've
with the
leaked onto
components.
there,
We
yeah.
were venturing into the next section, so. What you
So,
got?
all right, so I'll preface my remarks by saying I preferred the presentation in the last draft that we saw of how this worked, because I thought it was clearer to show the calculation of what was going on. That being said, if people like it the way it is, okay. I would suggest under each of these tables where we sort of do the calculation that we get a little bit more refined and we say historical cost, weighted average age, parenthetical, asset historical cost times age divided by total network historical cost equals 32.2 years. Because you're doing the asset divided by the network. That was clearer in the way we did it last time because you saw it in the table. Here, you know, don't see it in the table. And so you have to be explicit, I think, that the first one is the asset historical cost, and then network, total network historical cost.
I mean, I guess the way I read, if I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at, the way I read it was those captions in the parenthetical relate to the captions that are on top of those columns. So it's saying the total of the cost times age column divided by the total of the historical cost column. And so to me, those matched up.
Yeah, same
So
here.
my recommendation was that they put the word total of the cost times age because it's the columns, and that was
I
to make sure that it was
that.
clear that it was the
Total
columns that was
of.
being done. Yeah.
So total of in both places. I like that. So that makes it a little more clear.
So, but when you're saying total,
Yes.
I'm a little confused. It's by each asset, right? Because you're
No.
weight averaging by asset.
No, your weighting average, the total of it. The calculation is the 2.4 billion divided by the 75 million. That's how you calculate it. If you can't do it on each one.
And then it's age by the individual asset. Right? So you have to do the for the first one, you have to do 2.4 divided by, or what?
Yeah.
75 divided by 2.4, then times 34. Then what age are you using?
32.2. Well,
It's already
No, you're
calculated.
generating
It's already
32.2.
calculated.
okay. Sorry. Well,
Yeah,
You have to, this is where it wasn't clear. This is a sum. That was what the prior illustration showed. This is a sum by asset. And you're not getting the fact that this is a sum by asset. You have to apply 34 to the first asset, 31 to the second asset.
Mhm.
So
that gets the cost times age column. That's how that column's calculated, right?
oh, so I totally missed that. Okay.
So 30 million times 34 gets you the 102. Then the 45 times 31 gets you the 1395. Then you add those columns up, and then the bottom, the actual weighted average is the two totals divided by each other.
Yeah, see, I was functioning off the last way we were doing it.
That's why I think this way is more clear than the last
Yeah.
way, because this tells me exactly how to do it.
Uh-huh.
The last one was harder.
I didn't see it that way. I
Okay.
didn't see this one. But I guess it's
So,
press.
so going to Jeff's problem, that's why I think it's important that in the parenthetical information, we make it clear that those totals are totals for the columns, the two different columns.
Yeah.
So adding the word
Adding the word
of in
of.
between, or total of cost times age column divided by total of historical cost column, something like that would make it clearer.
Just saying total of, putting the of in there, I think is a
It
good.
does for me too, but I'm
addition.
not sure if it does for others.
I think both can work, either putting the column in there total or putting the of. I think column is a little bit more direct, but if that's too messy, then the of is fine. But either way, I'll just say this way it's so much more clear for me than the last go round, which I think, you know, the majority of us had some issues with.
All right, let's just vote. Do you want total? We're gonna put the of in. Do you want of blank column? Do we want column added, or are we okay with just of?
Just
Of. Carolyn was just of. Okay. Just of. If people don't get it, then we can change it next time around, but. Okay. Essentially anything else on the whole rest of the, unless we kind of moved on, Scott never technically called it, but anything else on Appendix C? On the illustration and the disclosure that concludes it. Diane?
Yes, I always looked at the totals, and the bridge network should say total bridges instead of total roads.
Nice one. Nice one. Anything else from anybody on the illustration? All right, I think we're good.
Okay.
Code instructions?
Yep. And on to Appendix D, codification instructions.
So I would say in the first page, 1400, 103, kind of middle of that paragraph is where we have communication towers. So whichever way we go on that one. Anybody else? The next one, Scott, you could check me on this, but I think I'm not on the modified version, so I'm on page 28 of mine, but that might not be. It's below. I'm still in 1400, below 131. The next two are delete question 702-13 and then delete 702-15. The delete, when it says the first one, 702-13, it says superseded by GASB statement XX paragraph 3. I thought it should be paragraph 4. And then the next one, where it's paragraph 3, I thought it should be paragraph 6. At least that's what I wrote. I think that changed because how we moved the network things around. But and then I'm down in the SIG part, June 20 to 28 update. That kind of first deletion of a question that say it's the same one, 712. I think that 3 should be a 4. And then the 6 is
Correct. Already.
is correct. And then in 7-12-13, I wondered if it should say, it says infrastructure assets should be reported by network. If I think we changed it to infrastructure assets should be disclosed and presented in RSI by network instead of reported. The 7-12-13 edit, it says detailed records of individuals not necessarily required. Infrastructure assets should be reported by network of infrastructure assets. I think we've changed in the standard, we've changed reported to say disclosed and presented in RSI. In paragraph, I say page 28, I think is what I'm. Paragraph 28. And I'm trying to. That's how it is in the COD instruction. These are SIG instructions, but for the codification section 1400, which for me is on page 28, that's how we have it. Hold on. 7-702-17. So that yeah. So the change in the SIG one is trying to get it to mirror this one. I got there eventually. And then a couple down from that thing in the SIG where we're now at 7-13-5. It says, in addition, paragraph 11 of statement 100 infrastructure assets, that should be XX, right? Statement XX infrastructure assets. Or, yeah. All right, that's all I have. Anybody else have anything on the COD instructions? Look like you're reading, Jeff. You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think that's it on the COD instructions. Thanks, Scott. Back to the top.
Yes, we'll go back to the beginning. And I guess we'll start with anything on the notice of public forums and requests for written comments, and we'll have the third public or forum was scheduled after this was sent out, and that'll be updated.
Any comments on the wording for the first 2 pages, the notice of public forums or request for written comments? No comments on that part?
Okay, moving on the noticed recipients.
Anything on the noticed recipients, Roman numeral page 3? Nothing there.
Okay. We'll move on to the summary then. I guess we'll take it the first 2 paragraphs together since there were no changes from last time.
I'm sorry, Scott. One thing I noticed, maybe I was reading it wrong, but going back to the public forums page.
No, we already covered that. We're gone.
But I just got, sorry, it took me a while to
That's all right.
understand
You
what
got-
I was saying to myself here. But it says so you have the list and then it says the deadline for written notice is June 12th, June 23rd, and June 26th, right? So we have 3 deadlines. And then down below, we say individuals who want to participate should provide by the deadline of June 12th. So we have one deadline down below and 3 deadlines up above.
The above June 12th is the deadline for that dated forum.
Uh-huh.
The June 23rd is not a deadline up above. It's the date of the forum. So if you're going to participate in the June 23rd forum, your deadline is June 12th. Otherwise, your deadline is June 26th.
Right, if your intent to participate in a forum, right?
Yes.
But then a couple of paragraphs below, individuals who want to participate in a forum,
Okay.
right, should by the deadline
So
be the
that's-
12th. So
that-
should it be,
so it's
is
the
it 3
down-
deadlines or 1
It's the
deadline?
down below.
No, I think the second paragraph needs to qualify that that June 12th deadline is related to the June 23rd public forum.
The first of
Yeah,
the forums,
I
right?
think, I think there's.
Or you put 3 dates in there or whatever, because
You
it's
probably need the
It
3
needs-
dates down there
It
too.
needs to mirror.
It needs to mirror.
No, we did.
What's
No, we,
above.
I agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
It needs a mirror.
yeah, okay,
Okay,
sorry. I just-
got it. It's good. Understood.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
Okay.
All right, now, anything on the first 2 paragraphs of the summary? So in the second paragraph, second sentence, infrastructure assets would be required to be stationary in nature and can be maintained or preserved instead of able to be. The standard says can be.
Woods. Well, this is an exposure draft, right? So don't we write it as if we're writing a standard? Which would
And,
be
and
that
that's the would be required.
would be,
but- Okay, if that's a version of trying to get at that, then I guess able to be versus can be is a distinction, is a difference.
I thought one is perspective when we're writing it as this could be a perspective standard, like a preliminary view or something. But when we write an exposure draft, don't we write it like the standard would be written? We don't say would be this and would be that. I'm not sure.
I'll defer to Reagan. I think she's the one that changed this based on what Jeff's saying, but I'll bring it up to her.
Okay. I think I thought the same thing, and I went back and looked, and we write the standard as if it's final, but the summary, yes, right. So that's the infrastructure would be required to be stationary. I agree with that, but is able to be maintained really different than can be? Yeah, like, I mean, can be is perspective is able to be, right? And the standard says can be.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know if that matters or not. Well, words to matter, but. So that's the one you say you'll check with Reagan. Okay. Okay.
Say something parallel that would, you already got
It-
that in there so that it's definitive
Yeah.
versus definitive.
Whatever she thinks is fine. If it needs to stay this way, that's fine. I'll bring it up. Anything else on the first 2 paragraphs? All right, Scott.
Paragraph, since it's longer, the third paragraph starts 13 in the markup versions. Sorry, sorry about that. The third paragraph that starts on page or line 13 of the marked up version.
Any comments on paragraph 3? I guess I highlighted, like if you go to the 1, 2, 3, 4th line, where it starts, estimated useful life of the infrastructure asset. And then we say, comma, the depreciation expense for that component should be measured using the estimated useful life of the component rather than the estimated useful life of the infrastructure asset. That whole phrase after the comma is written differently than the standard, but if you just use the standard language, it kind of is basically the same length. Like, I don't know why, like, sometimes we try to shorten it, but I would just almost rather use the standard language because it doesn't really shorten it. I don't know if anybody has an objection to that. And then if you go to the next sentence, the proposed statement would also emphasize requirement, periodic review of estimates, useful lives, and salvage values used in the calculation of depreciation expense. Should it be measurement of depreciation expense? And then it goes on for infrastructure assets being reported at historical cost net of accumulated depreciation. I just said it because I think we changed this in the standard that says for infrastructure assets being depreciated instead of being reported at historical cost net of accumulated depreciation. I think we've changed that in the standard, if I'm not mistaken. That was all I had. Robert.
Then I think based on what we talked about earlier on the modified approach, the last sentence needs to say something like would clarify that governments that meet certain requirements may report infrastructure assets.
It's a good one. Yeah. Thanks, Robert. Anything else on paragraph 3?
I
Yeah.
would probably propose just in this proposed statement would also amend the requirements that governments must meet to use the rod. Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks, Scott. All right, next,
Next paragraph.
4th paragraph. Any comments? Robert?
Just a minor one, and maybe this is a Reagan thing, but in the first sentence, I just think it would read better if you moved in note disclosures to follow information. It's minor, but just word flow.
Sounds good. As long as raising it's okay. Sounds good. Anything else on this paragraph? Next.
Okay, the next paragraph before the effective date on RSI and SI. I guess just RSI.
Any comments on the RSI summary paragraph? Diane?
I'm going to try this again. I think that we should move the RSI up right after the first sentence. So take it because there is no heading here that tells you you're into RSI. So I think it should say the requirements of this proposed statement would increase the number of periods in the required supplementary information RSI comparison of the estimated annual amount and remove it from the end of the sentence.
Say where you wanted to put it again.
At the end of the first line would increase the number of periods in the required supplementary information comparison of the estimated annual amount at which to maintain and preserve infrastructure assets.
I don't personally have a problem with that. Like, but I don't know if that's a Reagan thing or not, but I get below I was kind of good because we had the headers. So I
No, I agree. And it actually jumped out at me when I read the summary and thought, oh, wait a minute. I don't even know what we're talking about on this comparison until you get to the end of the sentence.
we can propose the edit for clarity purposes for the summary because there's no heading to Reagan. Any objection to that? Anything else on this paragraph? All right. Next section,
Okay, yeah, the next section on the effective date.
effective date and transition section of the summary. Any comments? Jackie?
The first bullet was going to need to be modified because of the changes that we made related to acquiring, I think. So we might want to look at making some modifications to that.
And following along that theme, right, I think, Scott, by the addition of paragraph 11 into 8, whatever that is, into 17C, I think that now puts paragraph 11 into your list leading into the lead-in, right? And you have to put that, whatever we call paragraph 11, and then add it maybe to the third bullet. In words.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Right, because
agreed.
it's, yeah.
You got that? All that, Scott? Anything else from anybody? All right. Next section.
Okay, yeah, next section. On the, how the proposed changes would improve financial reporting.
Anything in this part? Jackie?
I was wondering if we needed a 4 before the last clause, which says, and infrastructure assets that have exceeded 80% of their estimated useful lives, because it's hard to determine whether that's part of 3 or whether it's a standalone. And I know that it's separate from policies and monitoring. So I was just wondering, either there probably needs to be a comma after assets and before the and, or there needs to be a 4 to go with a 1, 2, and 3 to identify that this is a separate thing.
If you made it be a 4, it would have to say adding disclosures.
Right. So it's either you
Related to-
lump all the disclosures together or separate them.
Propose either the comma or the addition of a 4 to Reagan and see what she prefers. Anything else on this section? Mike's on. Next section, Scott.
Okay. The last section in the summary, how the board considered costs and benefits.
Scott, I have one small comment here related to a word that says small. In the last paragraph, kind of the last sentence, we say, we believe the cost associated with the implementation on ongoing compliance, the proposed statement would be minimal. The word minimal bothers me a little bit. I don't know that I would say the costs are minimal.
Joe, I had that concern too. I had that
You have that
highlighted, that the
concern?
statement would be minimal. I don't know if I would say it will be minimum cost.
But can we just say that the cost would be justified given the expected benefits or something like that? I don't know. I expect there to be cost. I wouldn't describe them as minimal. I wouldn't describe them as like voluminous either, but would be reasonable. Less than the, the perceived expect, or the less than the expected benefits, something like that.
I like less than the expected benefits.
How are we, I mean, this seems like a pretty generic statement that we've probably said in other standards, like leases or something like that, where we knew there'd be costs, but I'm not trying to compare the cost here to leases, but
Therefore, the board believes, although there may be costs associated with the implementation. Well, no, because that doesn't really talk, this is above it. Therefore, the board believes that these provisions will lessen the costs of implementation, ongoing compliance with this proposed statement, and the expected benefits would justify, to kind of tie it to the previous.
that sounds good.
Lesson.
Do we?
We say held at or acquired. I guess it's true for some of the aspects it's held at, right? Like the depreciation recalculation, that's for your stuff held at. So is that okay from a consistency perspective to say held at or acquired? I mean, we say change acquired to place in service, but that was for,
This is broader
yeah,
than that, so
yeah. So that's why I think it's probably okay, right?
seems okay to me,
Yeah.
unless other people have a concern with the acquired there.
The other option, what you could do, Joel, with your concern. Look, the sentence before it, we're mitigating the potential cause concerns, and so you could just say the ongoing compliance with this proposed statement would be minimized. And the expected benefits, the proposed standard justify the perceived costs. Just change minimal to minimize. You've said you've mitigated a lot of them in that prior sentence. But that might be too close to minimal. I understand your concern. I understand your concern with minimal. I think it's a justified concern, so maybe my suggestion.
Scott
doesn't-
said lessened, right?
Yeah.
I
That's-
kind of like
that's just
less
either- yeah,
better
that's-
than minimized.
Fair enough.
Okay. Anything else in this section? All right. Table of contents. Any comments on the table of contents? That's it. We're through.
Oh, we have to vote.
I know. Well,
All right,
we're
well, so we're
through
not-
going through the document.
Well, yeah, I guess the question first is, do you want to see the document again, or do you want to take the vote?
Does anybody need to see the document again from the edits we proposed, or are you prepared to vote? Seems like everybody is good going ahead and voting.
Then we can
Please.
go ahead and vote to issue the exposure draft.
Let's do it.
Jeff,
I do not agree.
Chris,
I agree.
Carolyn,
I agree.
Diane,
I do not agree.
Jackie,
I agree.
Robert,
I agree.
Mr. Chair.
I agree.
Thank you, sir.
Excellent. Very exciting. Thank you, team. Really looking forward to the exposure draft being out. It's an important project and appreciate all the hard work in getting us to this point. And I think though, in addition to congratulating the team. I think it's an appropriate time to celebrate the fact that our project leader here, Scott Reeser, is retiring from the GASB at the end of this week. He was gracious enough to get us through this exposure draft, but now that it's approved, Scott's retiring, and Scott's worked at the GASB for over 15 years, participated, if my numbers are right, in over 15 projects, including leading 8 projects, plus the post-implementation review of Statement 72. The projects he led include Statement 74 and 75 on OPEB, significantly improving the reporting of those important liabilities. He led the project that led to Statement 65, really facilitating the implementation of deferred inflows and outflows of resources. Statement 88 he led, which improved debt disclosures. Statement 94 on public-private partnerships and providing guidance on those emerging and significant transactions that governments are interacting with. And then leading us on this important project. So Scott's led and participated in a significant number of GASB standards, and we want to thank him for that. But also, I think it's important to acknowledge that Scott was a real leader on our technical inquiries. People call the GASB and ask questions, and Scott has answered a significant number of that and really kind of led this effort over the last many years. And to a lot of people and a lot of our stakeholders, Scott has become the voice of the GASB, and we're gonna miss that. So Scott, on behalf of the board, on behalf of the full GASB team, and really all our stakeholders, we really thank you for all your contributions to us and to government financial reporting and improving it.
Thank you for those kind words.
Thanks, Scott. And we'll have a dinner to celebrate Scott tonight, so we look forward to that. With that, we'll take a break. Are we going to start before lunch?
I'm trying to write down how soon lunch will be ready.
All right, let's at least break till 11:30, and then we'll probably start back or may break for lunch, but we'll come back at 11:30 and I'll let you know. Yeah, get your ballots.
Sign ballots, please.
Sure, get your ballots in. All right, it's 11:30 and welcome back. We are going to start our next project, and then we'll break for lunch at a stopping point relatively soon when we get to it. And the next project is our going concern, Uncertainties, Severe Financial Stress project. Deborah, turn it over to you to walk us through what you have.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. We have one paper for you today, and we are beginning redeliberations on severe financial stress, and specifically the requirement to make severe financial stress disclosures. And I'm actually now going to turn it over to Eniola to take us through the first section.
Thank you, Deborah. The board considered various approaches to determine whether a government would be required to make severe financial stress disclosures. The approaches considered were a financial ratio approach, an impact approach, and a services and obligations approach, and also an obligations approach. A financial ratio approach would involve the use of specified ratios or other metrics. An impact approach would base the disclosure requirement on whether financial stress had disrupted the normal functioning of a government. A services and obligations approach would require disclosures if a government were unable to provide services or meet obligations as they come due. And an obligations approach would focus on a government's ability to meet obligations as they come due. In the PV, the board decided on an obligations approach, as it would be a more objective standard than an impact or services approach, and extensive pre-agenda research found that there was not one financial ratio or combination of financial ratios that would be able to determine severe financial stress requirements for all governments. Many stakeholders agreed with the board's decision not to use a financial ratio approach, and several stakeholders agreed with the board's decision to utilize an obligations approach. Some stakeholders some stakeholders expressed a preference for a financial ratio approach, but were ultimately accepting of using an obligations approach. One stakeholder inquired about the use of other approaches under an obligations approach. We believe that in assessing whether a government can meet its obligations as they come due, a government could consider information provided by financial ratios, disruptions to its normal functions, and its ability to provide services. As such, we continue to recommend the obligations approach. Task force members who provided feedback also agreed with the staff recommendation. Additionally, we heard from the GASB earlier this week, and they agreed with our recommendation. I will now pose the first board question. Which approach should governments use to determine if they are required to make severe financial stress disclosures? 1, financial ratio. 2, impact. 3, services and obligations. And 4, obligations. The project staff recommends an obligations approach.
Thanks, Eniola and Deborah and team. Diane?
I agree with staff recommendation. I also agree with what was said at the GASB. I really like the objectivity of the financial ratio, but you're never going to find financial ratios that are going to work for all governments. So that makes sense to not go down that road. Also, impact and services and obligations would both be difficult to define a way that would be able to be operationalized by all governments. So the obligations approach is the most straightforward, works for all governments.
Thanks, Diane. Carolyn?
I originally preferred the use of financial ratios for the reasons shared by some stakeholders. And that is still my preference, but I do believe that the obligations approach is certainly an acceptable course to pursue. I believe that if we had spent a little bit more time looking into financial ratios, we might have been able to come up with some that would have been representative to use for most governments. But once again, it's not so strong that I am going to disagree with the staff recommendation regarding the obligations approach, but my preference was and still is financial ratios.
Okay, thanks, Carolyn. Jackie?
I support the staff recommendation. We really spent a lot of time looking at this and discussing the different formats before we issued the preliminary views. And while as a researcher, I certainly support the concept of financial ratios, I also understand that it's extremely difficult to come up with anything that can be applied across all entities and that can actually be reliably used to help determine the different kinds of assessment that the different users want to use. One set of ratios isn't going to meet every user's need. And I think that's an issue with that. As Diane pointed out, the other two approaches are really more difficult for us to put guardrails around to come up with something that would be usable. So I think the obligations approach is the best approach to take.
Thanks, Jackie. Chris?
I also agree with the staff recommendation and echo all of Jackie's comments. Governments are diverse, and so identifying one subset of ratios doesn't really work for us. I think in addition, to the other points about those other areas, we've been through, to Jackie's point, we deliberated this to the death and really talked a lot about the services and everything else. And while we don't need to go into detail, there were a lot of fatal flaws associated with utilizing things like services as opposed to obligations, and why are they eliminating them, and all different types of things. So I think that we selected the best approach going forward, and I agree with the recommendation.
Thanks, Chris. Robert?
I also agree with the staff recommendation. I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have already said. Maybe I'd be just filling error. And we did have, as indicated, the commenters from GASB did support the obligations approach. Again, perfect world, ratios would be great, but I can't see a practical methodology to have them that would be workable.
Thanks, Robert. Jeff?
I agreed here as well. I don't think we heard any feedback. As my fellow board members have pointed out, we did discuss this extensively, and I didn't see any feedback that suggested there is a better approach than the one we have landed on. The support for the financial ratios approach even acknowledged its limitations in the context of what we're trying to do here. So I think we're on the right path. I would also agree with the staff's analysis of the point that other approaches can be used in your determination of whether you have severe financial stress. There is no exclusion in my mind to that. So if there is one of these other approaches has attributes that helps the government come to that conclusion, I think that's legitimate. So I just wanted to note that as well.
Thanks, Jeff. So when we deliberated this back in the PV, I was a proponent of trying to align it with 102 and normal functioning of the government. We didn't really hear many respondents. I thought we would get more response that say, how does this interact with 102? We didn't get a lot of that. So I am good coming off of that one. As I think back to why 102 ended up being normal functioning, 102 started with looking at services and paying your obligations. And that really stems from concept statement 1, which describes a government's financial condition as, quote, its financial position and ability to continue to provide services and meet its obligations as they come due. I think services is an important part. I hate to tentatively agree. These are all tentative board decisions. I agree with the staff recommendation, but I think it's really important, and we just haven't gotten to this, and we're not going to get to this in this paper, that we included in the example indicators in the PV of being near insolvency, we included the need to take action to improve financial conditions, such as the need to reduce services. As long as services stays in there, which is kind of what Eniola was getting at, right? And the paper gets at, that we can include that in its ability to pay obligations. I agree with the staff recommendation. This is probably cleaner. We've tried this services and obligations before, and Chris points out the problems with services. I just think services are important to mention. As long as we mention them in the indicators when we get to that point, the way we did in the PV, I will be fine. If we don't, I'll probably squawk at that point. But for now, I will agree with the staff recommendation. This seems like the best path forward. So Carolyn, were you counted as agreeing or disagreeing? I heard both in your last sentence. I don't know if the team counted you, but.
I agree.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Very good. So now we get to, I don't know that we could answer the next question before lunchtime. So maybe now is a good time to break. We got a little bit done. Made a little bit of headway. Let's come back at 12:30, 12:40, 12:30, 12:30, 50 minutes for lunch. See everybody back at 12:30. All right, welcome back from lunch. Hope everybody had a good lunch and a break. We were in our going concern severe financial stress paper when we broke for lunch. Deborah, I'll turn it back to you to start us on the next section.
All right, thank you. So the next section of the paper is about the scope of the disclosure requirement. So the preliminary views propose that the disclosures would be made if a government was in a current condition that was near or at insolvency, with near insolvency being about the severity of the financial stress, not about the time in which they might become insolvent. And some stakeholders agreed with that proposal. Others did not. So some stakeholders expressed concerns about the subjectivity involved in determining if a government is near insolvency. Because of that subjectivity, there were some stakeholders that advocated for taking out the near insolvency and making the disclosure requirement only about insolvency. There were also stakeholders who thought that the proposal did not include enough governments, and they advocated for a broader scope, saying that the governments who would make the disclosure under the proposal, it wasn't going to be enough, useful enough for their purposes. Some stakeholders agreed with the idea of this being a current condition. Others want a forward-looking assessment, either looking forward to insolvency or looking forward to near insolvency. So taking all of those concerns together, the project staff developed a diagram that visualizes the options for making this disclosure requirement. And so we have a diagram. We have sometimes talked about the analogy of cars going over a cliff as being insolvency. So we put cars in our diagram just for fun. But the diagram shows the cars that represent governments at varying levels of financial stress, with the highest level of financial stress being insolvency. And the diagram illustrates the tension between objectivity, how clearly you can know if a government needs to make these disclosures, and inclusivity, how many governments have to make the disclosures, and a wider range of financial stress levels that have to do so. So some of the cars in the diagram are in a very poor financial condition currently. Some are expected to be insolvent or go over the cliff within a certain time frame. And some are expected to be in a poor financial condition in the future. And so the big picture question that we're trying to get to with the next set of questions is, which cars should be required to make the severe financial stress disclosures, or which governments in which positions should make that disclosure? So there are 5 alternatives laid out in the paper, which represent different combinations of those cars. And instead of going through all of the alternatives and discussing them all together, we've laid out the paper so that we kind of discuss one by one the different, based on the different characteristics of each alternative and see. So the first one that we're going to look at is alternative 1. It's at the far left end of the diagram. This alternative would be government making disclosures only if it is insolvent. In the diagram, that's represented by the red car only. This is the most objective disclosure requirement, but it's also the least inclusive, because there would be no disclosures until a government actually gets to insolvency, or in our analogy, goes over the cliff. And financial statement users have told us that that is not enough for to be useful for their purposes. We also note that no GASB members expressed support for alternative 1 in our meeting this week. So we'll start with board discussion question number 2. Should the requirement to make severe financial stress disclosures be insolvency alone, which is alternative 1, and the project staff recommends that it should not be?
Thanks, Deborah, and thanks for the diagram and the cars. I kind of wonder if the red car should be flipped upside down or something. Like, he went over the cliff and he turned over. He's just in bad shape. But it's much easier to say, I think the red car should be in and the 2 yellow cars, than to think, I should think governments that are insolvent. We had a lot more words that you're able to both see and now use as shorthand for the discussion. So board members' thoughts on question 2. Robert.
I agree with the staff recommendation. I think literally when you're to the cliff, that's too late. And based on the deliberations prior to my joining the board, where we were on the PV, I think makes sense and that's too late, not useful for users.
Thanks, Robert. Diane.
I agree with staff recommendations. Same thing Robert said, that we heard from users that if the insolvency, if it's based only on insolvency, it's not timely or helpful.
Thanks, Diane. Jeff?
I agree with my fellow board members on this side of the room.
Thanks, Jeff. Chris?
I agree with my fellow board members on that side of the table. We went through this process of defining SFS as at or near. And so to me, to then go about and just pick the one that's already there, car flipped over, Joel, to your point, is way too late. So insolvency alone is not enough. In my head, it kept echoing. We used to, as like new associates at my accounting firm, they used to always say, inquiry alone is not enough, right? You got to do more when you're looking at internal controls. You just can't inquire and expect to be done. And I think in this case, insolvency alone is not enough.
Thanks, Chris. Carolyn?
I agree that alternative one is too narrow and does not provide information about poor financial conditions soon enough. So I agree with the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Carolyn. Jackie?
I agreed with the staff recommendation also. I actually like alternative one in that it increases consistency and comparability because it is the least subjective of all of the choices. But as my fellow board members have said, and as users have told us, it's just too late.
Thanks, Jackie. I agree with my fellow board members on that side of the room and that side of the room and the team that's on that side of the room. This is too late. We've heard that from users. I agree.
All right. So we will then move to the far other side of the diagram and talk about alternative 5. So this is all of the cars in the diagram. This would be governments making the disclosure if they are insolvent, in a very poor financial condition, expected to be insolvent, even if they are not in a very poor financial condition currently, or expected to be in a very poor financial condition, even if they are not currently. This is the least objective of the group, but also the most inclusive. It includes the widest range of financial conditions. The project staff believes that with the concerns that stakeholders raised about near insolvency and the subjectivity in knowing if you are there currently, it would be even more subjective to predict if you are going to be near insolvency in the future. However, this alternative did receive some user support from GASB, so there is that too. Board discussion question number 3 is, should the requirement to make severe financial stress disclosures include governments that are not currently in a very poor financial condition, but are expected to be in a very poor financial condition within a certain time frame? And that is alternative 5. The project staff recommends that the requirement should not include those governments.
Thanks, Deborah. Jeff?
All right, so I'll start out here. I'm supportive of alternative 5. And I think if you were to inquire of a lot of users, I think we heard some of that at GASAC. This is the type of thing that they want to know about. I understand it's more subjective, but I think depending on the work that we do to describe what the SFFs, what these parameters are around the SFS description, I think if you look at these visuals of the cars, I think users will want to know all of these situations. And I think they would, a lot of them will, and we could find out, would consider this to be essential information. And I recognize that for most governments, the vast majority of governments, this is no decision. They are not going to be in the SFS or potential insolvency world. So we're looking at a tiny fraction of the governments where they're actually going to have to make these assessments with difficulty. So when I look at the cost benefit equation in my own head, These benefits, the disclosures are enormously beneficial to users and essential. And the overall cost to governments overall is going to be low because some vast majority of them will make these conclusions that I am not in severe financial stress. I am not near insolvency. I'm not any of these things with ease. And for the ones that can't make it with ease, those are the ones I think users would want to make those decisions, right? Because they want to hear the resulting conclusion that the government reaches about whether they feel they're in any of these situations.
Thanks, Jeff. Diane.
I appreciate what Jeff is saying. I think it's just too far to try and get there. I do agree with staff, but with what Jeff is saying, I think the information is good. But to try and make that determination when the government is not even in a very poor financial condition and project that out, I feel like I need some sort of indications that something's happening with this government, and I'm not seeing that in this question or in alternative 5. So I agree with staff, but I know what you're saying as far as getting the information out, and I appreciate that. I just don't think we can get there.
One other point I'll make, because it came up, was in a GAS Act discussion question, right? We discussed these situations where are there governments that are not in distress that we're aware of that come into this situation rapidly? And as you heard from the discussion at GAS Act, there's a lot. It's happened a lot. You know, legal judgments, if you get a legal judgment negative against you, I went and talked to one of the GAS Act members in Washington State. One of their local governments is bankrupt because they had an adverse legal judgment and they were fine before the legal judgment. Did the locality know there was a case going on? Did they know the damages could be substantial? Might they have some sense of that this comes down? So there are situations where you can be in sound financial condition. It isn't always a slow slide. A lot of times it is, but a lot of times it's a sudden situation that the government's going to be aware of that could cause them to become in severe financial stress within a period of time. And I think in those situations where the government knows that, even more important that I think that users would be privy to the disclosure.
But it seems like a case like that would be disclosed in subsequent events.
What if it happened before the financial statement date?
Then it's probably commitments and contingencies, and that issue is on the attorneys and the other people who were supposed to determine the probability level of that, to determine if it's a disclosure or if it's captured in the financial statements. And they argue, not knowing the facts, you could maybe argue that they didn't do the appropriate job to evaluate the probability of that liability, of that commitment, that contingency. And so that's already captured somewhere. And just because someone uses the wrong probability and it doesn't end up in the financials as a liability and instead ends up as a disclosure, that doesn't mean that we need to create like a netting underlying capture for when somebody does something wrong. You got to catch it here next if it's not captured over there, in my opinion. But Jeff, to your point, I also acknowledge, and to Diane's point, I get your point, right, and why you want that. But I also am cautious because this is not the complete picture, right? There's so many other cars on the road here. And some of them don't have arrows going up as far, et cetera. So it's easy for us to say when we're talking about the smaller snapshot, yeah, everybody should be on, but there's another purple car here in between the yellow and the blue. And maybe it doesn't have an arrow. Maybe another one is a little bit up and it has an arrow going the opposite way. And we're talking about, to Diane's point, projecting out the position and the expected condition of these organizations at some point in the future. And it gets to be more and more complicated. And I think it could be messy. So That's why I did not, I agreed with the staff recommendation and I did not support alternative 5. But I do understand your point. I just think it gets really messy in trying to predict all of those other ones that are not shown in this, but that would be there as well. And governments are going to put up theirs. How am I supposed to figure this out?
Thanks, Chris. Robert?
Yeah, I also appreciate your perspective, Jeff, although, I mean, the fact circumstances of the example, I think lend it actually to yellow card number 2, that regardless of whether there would be disclosures, under a contingency or loss contingency or what in that circumstance, I support the staff recommendation here, and the linchpin in my mind is the level of judgment, which is obviously very subjective about how much it would take, because I could construct scenarios where nearly every government, even though I think you're right, most are not ever going to do that. Nearly every government could come up with something where they're going, we're not in very poor financial condition, but there's something that could happen that would put us there. And so therefore, do we need to consider whether we have that disclosure? And I think that's too high a bar to overcome.
Thanks, Robert. Jackie?
I do not support alternative 5 either. I think it's too complex. It requires too much judgment on the part of the preparers. I also have a concern that if we're looking at something that isn't even here right now, but could be 12 months out, I'm just going to use 12 months as a time frame. Even if management thought they were going to do that disclosure, pretty sure legal would tell them, no, you're not. So I don't know that we gain anything by having the management go through it and then being told by legal that you're not going to disclose it anyway. So I can appreciate that more information is valuable, but I don't think that you're going to have valuable information with alternative 5.
Thanks, Jackie. Carolyn?
And I also appreciate Jeff's comments and also bringing up the GASAC members who kind of gave examples of, yeah, you're fine today, but if your state votes to eliminate your property income taxes for certain entities, what does that do to you? But I still ended up agreeing with the staff recommendation. I just think this one is just really, really broad, and it will capture too many governments that are, depending on what you're looking at and who you talk to, they could not be in poor financial condition, and they should not really be included in this group 5 scenario. So I just think it's too broad, and I think there are better alternatives to consider. So I agree with the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Carolyn. So there's a whole lot of cars in the country, right? And a lot of them don't even end up in this picture anywhere, right? So we're only talking about a small subset. And then for the cars that kind of make it into the picture, most of it happens slowly over time. And so being near insolvency is already a pretty wide, in my view, a wide-ish swath of circumstances. And even if you're in the kind of early stages, to me, it might be too early to say you're near, because you have so many levers and it happens so over such a period of time. When 1 or 2 things happen, maybe it's really not that big a deal and I don't even need to say I'm near. But then to try to figure out all the things that might predict me getting to that situation just sounds too subjective to me. And if I think about those few circumstances, I kind of agree with Robert a little bit. Most of them are probably the second yellow car that you're talking about, but I could see how not all of them are. But I would also argue that of the situations that I've kind of thought about or heard, even at GASAC, that where it could happen quickly, a lot of time there was a concentration or a constraint involved. And so we might have a 102 disclosure in those circumstances where that's kind of a little bit of a forward-looking red flag in those situations. And so I think we kind of get some of it, we were concerned, covered. And to what was Robert was talking about, to have all governments having to think about all the things that might make me, I'm not even anywhere close to it, but in a year I might be because something else is going on, I just think is too subjective for something that's already subjective to include them. So I agreed with the staff recommendation. Any last words? Move on to the next one. That was the last words. That was rough. Last words on this question.
I mean, my view, and then we'll move on, is that if we do a good job describing what SFS is and what near insolvency is, the subjectivity, so I sort of shoulder some of the subjectivity, put it on my own shoulders. If I do a good job explaining SFS and near insolvency, and I put a probability threshold onto getting into there, so you're one of those cars that may cross a line, I don't think that's a subjective discussion. I think that's a management, management has an assessment of their own condition. This is what they should be doing every day. If you think, based on this description we've provided to you, that it is probable or whatever, that you are going to be in this condition, users want to know about it. And that's essential information to users that we're leaving off the table. So if we think that SFS as a thing matters to users, this is, I think I'm going to be an SFS. I think it's probable I'm going to be an SFS in a relatively short period of time, but I don't have to tell the users that, right? So I think that's the weakness there. And, if there's a little subjectivity in there, okay, but I don't think, again, I think if we craft it correctly, we can take a lot of that subjectivity out and make preparers understand that here's the situation we're talking about. This is what we're talking about when we mean SFS. It's not a few things that may happen and I'm in fine financial condition. You think that you're going to be in these straits and it's probable that you will be there. That to me is a whole nother bar to put to governments that I don't think that many governments will mistakenly make that disclosure. And I also don't agree with the legal argument. I don't think you make your going concern disclosure now. I haven't heard that lawyers are telling you can't make that disclosure. I think you're going to be obligated to make that disclosure, and users need to hear that, need to know that disclosure. And then, so that would be a real, narrowing of what I feel the potential benefits could be of these disclosures.
We have our vote.
All right. So having talked about the two ends of the spectrum, we're now going to start working our way into the middle. And the first alternative that we're going to talk about here is alternative 2. This is in the diagram, the red and both yellow cars, or a government that is insolvent or expected to be insolvent within a certain time frame. This one still has high objectivity, not as high as alternative 1, but still high, but also the lower inclusivity. The distinguishing feature about alternative 2 compared to 3 and 4, the other ones that remain, is it does not include what is in the diagram, the green car, which is a government that is currently in a very poor financial condition, but for whatever reasons is not expected to become fully insolvent within the time frame. Because of the unique nature of governments, and many governments have a lot of actions that they can take to avoid becoming fully insolvent. And so in a lot of cases, by the time a government gets to within the likelihood of becoming fully insolvent, they've in many cases been in a very poor financial condition for a while. And so the project staff believes that alternative 2 is not inclusive enough by not including that green car in the disclosure requirement. However, alternative 2 did have some GASB support, and it does have that higher objectivity benefit to it. Board question number 4 is, should the requirement to make severe financial stress disclosures exclude governments that are in a very poor financial condition but are not expected to be insolvent within a certain time frame? This is alternative 2. The project staff recommends that the requirement should not exclude those governments.
Save the green car. Board member thoughts on question 4, AE alternative 2. Diane.
I agree with staff recommendation. As I see this, since we have SFS set up to look at near insolvency and not expected to be in insolvency, the disclosure may include this government because they may not be expected to be insolvent, but they're in very poor financial condition. So they could be in SFS. But I definitely don't think that we should do anything to exclude this government. I think they definitely should be a part of that consideration in the pool that we're creating.
Thanks, Diane. Robert.
I also agree with the staff recommendation. If alternative 2 is what would be selected, you'd also have, you're starting to conflate current condition and forward looking relative to the second yellow car. And potentially at the exclusion of the green car, as Diane has noted. And I think, you know, it's closer to what we've tentatively decided what the definition of severe financial stress is and the near insolvency. The second yellow car isn't, and there'd be additional judgment that would be being exercised about, well, when is it going to get there? So I support the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Robert. Chris.
I also support the staff recommendation and echo the comments. It's near insolvency, and we're identifying the condition as of a certain point in time, at least as I understand it right now. So I would include the green car.
Thanks, Chris. Carolyn.
I also agree with the staff recommendation. The government that's indicated by the green car, it is in very poor financial condition, and I think that information will be decision useful for stakeholders to have. So I agree with the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Carolyn. Jackie.
I also supported the staff recommendation on this. I think that this one isn't totally off the mark in that it's looking at whether they will be insolvent within a certain time period. It takes out the near part, so only one judgment is involved as opposed to 2 judgments being involved. But I don't think it's getting to where the users want us to end up, as in having to look at how close are we as opposed to saying we're going to be insolvent kind of a thing. So that's the primary reason I didn't support this alternative.
Thanks, Jackie. Jeff.
I agreed here as well. I think we've heard a lot, and I'm channeling what I've heard Alan say a lot of times is that, and I think we heard from GASB, right? This alternative 2 is sort of similar to what we do now, what is being done now. And one of the whole things that we decided to do in this project is bring on this concept of severe financial stress. And to not to agree with alternative 2 would be to knock out severe financial stress. And as we've talked about, there are lots of governments that get close to the line and don't go over the line. And they stay near that line for a period of time. And we've heard from users, I want to know about those governments that get close to the line, but may not be going over the line. And so alternative 2 doesn't provide that. And so that's why I agree with the staff recommendation.
I agree with the staff recommendation as well. I think the green car should stay, as we've talked about in this project for a long time, as this team points out, and my fellow board members have pointed out, governments have a lot of levers. The way this typically works is we slowly get towards towards this. It doesn't happen that quickly, that often. And governments can sit in this position for a while. And that's important. If they're in that bad of financial condition, they're near in proximity to insolvency. How soon they get there shouldn't be the most important or only other criteria. We should disclose it. It's important information for users if that's where the government is, irrespective of the time frame. So I agree, green carpet should stay. No alternative 2 for me.
All right, thank you. So that brings us to our remaining 2 alternatives, which are 3 and 4. Both of these alternatives received some support from GASAC this week. Alternative 3 had the support of our task force members when we talked to them. The difference between alternatives 3 and 4 is the second yellow car. The government that is not currently in a very poor financial condition, but nevertheless is expected to become fully insolvent within a certain time frame. And we heard some examples from GASAC of governments that might fall into that situation. And so it's really, between alternatives 3 and 4, it's really a question of whether governments that are in that situation should be required to make severe financial stress disclosures. So our project task force members did not support including those governments in the disclosure requirement, but some GASAC members did support including those governments. The staff believes that these would be pretty uncommon situations and typically driven by an event that might qualify for disclosure already under Statement 102 or Statement 105 or some other standard. And so I'm going to expand a little bit on when I read question number 5. So should the requirement to make severe financial stress disclosures include a forward-looking assessment? And what that means is it would include governments that are not currently in a very poor financial condition, but expected to be insolvent within a certain time frame. So that specific forward-looking assessment, not just a forward-looking assessment in general. So the project staff still recommends that the disclosure requirement should not include that forward-looking assessment, meaning it would not include those second yellow cars.
Thanks, Deborah. I appreciate the amendment to the recommendation because the forward-looking assessment to me is really important. I'm building off my arguments from last meeting that I lost. I think this notion of a forward-looking assessment is important for the auditors, and I think it's important for management to make the assertion and the auditor to audit the assertion. And so if we don't have a forward-looking assessment, I think that's a fundamental problem with the project moving forward. So I see in the paper alternative 3, which would be the next question, and is your ultimate recommendation, could include a forward-looking assessment as part of the description of what being in very poor condition could be. And if that's where we end up, then I'll fight for that at that point in time. But I kind of come at this question knowing that that's an important assessment for me. And so if I come at it and we're going to do this forward-looking assessment, then I start thinking about the practicality of when management's going to make this assessment. And I'm going to guess, even if we say it's an assessment of a condition that exists at year end, and we aren't talking about timing, and we'll talk about timing at a later date, when are they practically going to make this determination? I'm going to guess they make the determination close to when the financial statements are being issued. They're not going to do it right at year end and kind of be done. They're going to do it one time, and they're going to do it towards the end of the audit period, towards the end of the financial statements being ready and being audited and going out. And so if you do the assessment then, and you're trying to say, well, am I 12 months, whatever period of time it is, forward looking, and you assume, like I hope we end up, that you have to do it, and you conclude the answer is yes, I think I'm 12 months from insolvency, then shouldn't we just be done at that point, right? Like, why do we're then adding another step to say, well, okay, what caused me to be in this situation? Is it something that happened since year end to now? And if that's the case, then I'm the second yellow car and I'm not going to be included. Versus, well, it's really something that was kind of existing at year end. And so I'm really the first yellow car, not the second yellow car. If we just include both yellow cars, then we don't have to make that kind of backwards determination, because I'm making a little bit of an assumption that they're going to do that assessment close to the end of the financial statements being issued. And it also goes with my real need for this project to have that forward-looking assessment somehow, some way. So because of all that, I end up saying, why don't we just include that extra car? Some might say, well, you'd get it in a subsequent event note disclosure or whatever. And I would argue, if we're 12 months away from insolvency, even if it's because of something that happened after year end, are we really going to leave that in a subsequent event footnote? Or would we rather not highlight it as you're near insolvency? Like, I would think just leaving that out, that second yellow car out, doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but that does come back to, because I think the forward-looking assessment is fundamental. So that's why I disagree with the staff recommendation here and believe we should do alternative 4. Jeff.
Well, no surprise, Joel, as I didn't get alternative 5. I'll take a straw poll where folks think I landed next. And so I know where you're going for your position, Joel, and I would agree with it. I think this assessment now of near insolvency, to me, if we're going to talk about difficulty or burden, that's an easier one than the assessment of severe financial stress. So if we're not doing a severe financial stress thing, and this is very similar to what governments should be doing today. So to say that this is a new burden that we're throwing on them, I don't think would be accurate. So for those reasons, I would also support alternative 4.
Thanks, Joe. Diane.
I appreciate what you're saying. And I'm actually going to change my vote to disagreeing, because I had agreed with staff. But well, first of all, I really like the assessment of near insolvency as of the date the financial statements are ready to be released, which I know that's not the question and that's not what you were getting at, but it is partly because you're doing that evaluation up to that point. So it's easy enough to look out and go, okay, insolvency or not. And as Jeff said, that's an easier assessment than that near insolvency. But I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense. What you said about it, Jeff, makes sense too. And I'll change my vote to disagree.
Thanks, Diane. Chris.
So I appreciate what you all have said, but I continue to agree with the staff recommendation. I think that one of the bigger struggles for me are when we talk about a subsequent event, and I completely understand that we wouldn't necessarily want a disclosure like that buried in a subsequent event. We've had these conversations a number of times, and I continue to believe that going concern, uncertainty, and severe financial stress are fundamentally different. And so the projection of someone being in severe financial stress versus going over the cliff, you're done, it's over, there's no more. There's more certainty that I see because there's a hard finish in the one versus even though we continue to work on a definition and a description, et cetera, like a little bit more murky, cloudy, nebulous as to, how far are you into that space? And us projecting out a financial condition, not like a legal state of you no longer existing, but a financial condition into the next year, concerns me as of the point of the financial statement date. Now, if there are things that come to light that might cause you to believe that, I think that's one thing. But I guess what I'm trying to say is my struggle would be, what does this mean for a preparer? And I get your point. Oh, you should kind of sort of know that. But when you're dealing with a huge organization that has all of these levers and pieces, and your treasurer has liquidity and all of these other things, what amount of down-to-date procedures? It's not you just have it and you know it already. You have it and know it already when you're looking at the financial statement date, and then you're evaluating significant subsequent events that might occur. And then you could, I agree, you could be able to make the determination there. But the level of detail for me as a preparer, I would believe, to be comfortable with making that assessment means that I'm doing some super extensive down-to-date procedures as of the date that you're requiring me to make the assessment for my SFS. And so I wonder, do we really understand or appreciate how much additional or incremental work that we're requiring of people, and that it's not just simply, oh, it's as of the financial statement date, and you're doing everything anyway, so you'll know what it is 4 months later. I don't think it's that easy. It might be that easy with some smaller organizations, but I think with certain organizations, it's going to be a lot more difficult to do it to the level that it should be done at, unless it's just, hey, if there are any big subsequent events that come about that will cause you to change your mind based on your assessment that you made as of the financial statement date, then fine. And maybe you guys might see that as an easy way out, but I'm really concerned that there's a lot of work that's being done that's not really being appreciated, and the assumption of including 4 in that.
So you don't agree with a forward-looking assessment at all as being part of this project? In evaluating SFS, no projection to insolvency in either alternative.
I agree that we are looking for things that are at, what we always talked about was at or near insolvency, not projecting to be near insolvency, right? We have at and near insolvency right now.
Projecting to be near insolvency that's the blue car. Right.
Okay.
This is projecting insolvency.
Yeah, but I think part of the reason, yeah,
I mean, maybe like this is an example, and maybe it's not the perfect example, but to me, when I think about the difference between 3 and 4 is I've got a scenario whereby I have one government that I believe is in good financial condition, and there's a lawsuit or something happens after year end before I issue my statements, right? So as of June 30, I was great, but in October the lawsuit comes down, and now I'm essentially going to be bankrupt, and I'm in a world of hurt, right? Would I then say that I want to consider that or adjust my determination for where I was at June 30, or just say, nope, since you were good at June 30, good at June 30, and yeah, you got a subsequent event note saying I lost this lawsuit, now I'm going to be bankrupt, but you still didn't adjust you still didn't say your SFS at June 30, and that's the difference between 3 and 4 would be essentially is.
Yeah, but there's two different things. There's SFS as of June 30, and then there's this projection. So what I'm saying is, when, and I don't know, I feel like we're putting two things together, but maybe I'm just misunderstanding. When there's this big hurdle of an event, this subsequent event, this big thing that happens that the government should be aware of, that is going to turn it and make it so that now, hey, we're projecting that we may be in severe financial stress in the next 12 months. To me, that's very different from the nits and gnats and all the other things that could happen that could take this yellow car instead of into all the way where the red car is, but just into where the yellow and green cars are, right? So the idea of projecting that when it's so many little things that are happening across the government that now I would expect that you're expecting me to look across the entire government to aggregate, to scrape, to figure that out, and then to make an assessment, which is very different, Alan, than what you're saying, which is, hey, there was a big thing, we knew about it, it happened in November or October, and when we consider that too, we're going to change this assessment. I think those two things are different.
First of all, I didn't say it perfectly correctly, so I apologize for that, because what you just said is, are you trying to decide if the yellow car is going to be over the SFS line? Like, no, you're trying to decide if the yellow car is going to be insolvent. If you're trying to decide if the yellow car is, if you're trying to decide, are you going to be near insolvency in the future? That's the blue car. We've already taken that out.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there's an assumption that is inherent in what both of the two of you, Alan and Joel, are saying, is that, hey, if some big thing comes about after year end, are you telling me that you wouldn't want to project out that you will be in severe financial stress within the next 12 months? I'm saying forget the big
Project
thing.
out that you're going to be insolvent.
Insolvent.
In 12
Whatever,
months, not severe financial stress,
yeah,
but
insolvent. Insolvent. But there's another piece that's not just the big thing that happens. There are all the little things that are happening where if I'm the preparer and I'm responsible for making an assessment that I'm going to be in severe financial stress, on me as a burden, as a good preparer and accountant, I'm going to want to make sure that it's not just that one big thing that's in the paper that everybody knows that you're talking about. What's the level of work that I have to go through across my organization to be able to sign my name and attest to the fact that I believe that in 12 months, we will be there. It's easy when it's a big thing, but there's a lot of times there's a lot of little small things that are within a year. So I'm just trying to understand from you guys, is the expectation that it's all the things, or is it the things that would rise to the level of a subsequent event that you need to consider those as well? And if, when considering those along with whatever your position was as of year end, then that's what you make your determination on. Because to me, I see those as two different things.
Do you believe, Chris, that under statement 56, management's having to make an assessment of whether they'll be insolvent within 12 months from the financial statement date? Maybe not insolvent. Will they be able to pay their obligations as they come due within 12 months of the financial statement date?
Yes.
So they're doing that forward-looking assessment now. And it sounds like what you're saying is you don't want them to have to do a forward-looking assessment, period.
Or Chris,
No,
maybe,
that's not what
maybe
I'm
what
saying.
I'm
Okay,
what I'm
saying
hearing you say is you may be leaping ahead to a future question. What I hear you talking about, my objection is, because these guys have talked about this forward-looking assessment of insolvency as being a thing you do at the issuance date. And statement 56, I believe you're doing it as of the financial
As of the
statement
financial
date.
statement date.
So that's another question we'll have to tackle, right? That we're like, we're not at that question, right? So what you're saying is, well, this is what I'm interested in what your answer is, like, okay, so if it's a question of if it's a forward-looking assessment of insolvency at the financial statement date, so whatever, 12 months from the financial statement date with a probability threshold, would you be okay with that versus 12 months from the issuance date
December 31st
or the issuance date of your statements, right? 12 months projection of insolvency. I'm hearing you say, I'm not comfortable with the issuance date, but could be comfortable with the financial statement date.
I hear your question, Jeff, but I would suggest let's defer that whole conversation until we bring you a paper that talks about what the right date is.
No, but I'm just saying that what I hear Chris arguing, so it's not part of question 4.
It's not in this paper at all.
But Chris's answer may hinge on.
But how do you
how that
respond
answers
to
the
this
question.
without considering all the?
Jackie.
So I'm kind of there because I was going, well, I support the staff recommendation, but maybe I could go with this one. But what date are we talking about? How far are we talking about this being? Because I'm kind of where Jeff is. I was going, if it's as of the financial statement date that we're looking at, and I'm using 12 months, I might be more comfortable with that because we know it's going to be 9 months before they actually get the dang thing out the door. So they'll only have 3 months that they're looking forward on. So yeah,
But recognize that weakens the disclosure, Jackie, just FYI.
Yeah, thank you. In order to go out 12 months from the date of my assessment or some further period out from the date of my assessment needs to be rock solid as of that date because it's no longer the financial statement date that I'm anchored in. It's some other date in the future. So,
But even Jackie kind of in a way, and maybe I'm not getting what you guys are saying. I think I kind of am, but even when Jackie, what she just said, I would say 6 months. I don't know, I hate to say 9 months, but 6 months. Right?
that would be good if they
but
were
you-
out 6
but
months.
You essentially said they only have to look out 3 more months, which means they're essentially doing the assessment at issuance date. And that's my point. If they're doing the assessment at that date, it depends on where does the 12 months start? And that's not what we're talking about. But my point is that's when they're going to do it. And now the difference to me between the two yellow cars is if I exclude the second yellow car, now once I make that determination, now I've got to go backwards and figure out when is the thing that happened that made me get here? Was it something that happened in the last 6 months that was so catastrophic that it got me here? And if so, I'm going to exclude it from my condition, or was it pre-existing condition and that exacerbated it? And so I'm really kind of the first yellow car. I'm trying to say, I don't care which yellow car you are. You're going to make that assessment once, and you should be in if you assess it 12 months from whatever date we decide it is. The yellow car, both yellow cars should be in. I shouldn't have to distinguish between the two.
Because what you're saying is if you have two governments, one says, as of June 30, I'm 12 months from insolvency, I'm SFS. That's your first car. Another government says, as of June 30, I was fine, but then as of October, because of something that's really bad happened, I'm now 12 months from insolvency. I'm now 12 months from insolvency. And and the question is, would you be okay with that just being a subsequent event? Or would you say, you haven't issued your financials yet, and I would want you to realize that now you are 12 months from insolvency. I want you being SFS in your report. So it's really about when that thing happened after the fact, do you want that to change the answer and say, nope, you're SFS? Or do you say, nope, that's just a subsequent event, move on? That's really the difference between 3 and 4. Is in 4, that would just be in 3, that would just be a subsequent event. You wouldn't say anything. In 4, you'd say, nope, I know what happened after you're in before I issued. It changes the answer. I'm now SFS. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yeah, and to build on that, you have to do the review for subsequent events. So things that are this big, you have to go through that date. Deborah.
So noting we are not talking about the date of that the forward-looking assessment starts from. We'll get to that later. I think in the example that Alan said, in both yellow cars are ones that are saying as of June 30th, we are within 12 months from being insolvent. And the difference is one of them today, it's very bad. The other one at June 30th, it wasn't, but something happened after. It's not looking at 12 months from the thing that happened in October. You would still be looking 12 months from June 30th, but because of the thing in October, things went downhill very quickly.
One thing I would also throw out as a caution, because I've heard it a lot, is this notion that the only thing that could get you into insolvency is a subsequent event. There could be lots of things that could cause this yellow car to move its line because there was a confluence of events, and I've seen it happen quickly, that in no way would be easily slotted into a subsequent event disclosure. So this notion that, we don't have to have a disclosure here, it'll be in subsequent events, I don't think is correct. I think there could be that way, but we're acting as if it's always that way. And I don't think it's going to always be that way. There are going to be situations where you're that second yellow car, and because of a confluence of events, none of which rises to a subsequent event in and of itself, you're going to end up with a risk of insolvency within a certain period of time that wouldn't qualify as a subsequent event disclosure.
Jeff, and that's a good point, and that was kind of the point that I was trying to make, in that it's not as easy as just looking back or forward at subsequent events, but it's really in understanding and tracking those smaller events across your organization that are occurring, and to be able to make an assessment as of that year end date, whether you think that 12, however long into the future, that's going to continue to build or not. And that's a different level of doing that as of that date in December or November 25th than it is when you do it. You get the benefit of time, right? You get the benefit of the fact that a lot of these organizations take 3 to 6 months to issue. And I think that matters.
Guess I don't really see it. If you believe you should do the assessment, you just want it done as of year end because you've got all the nits and gnats, you've got all the information, you've got all the detail, and you don't want to have to then think about what happened between this confluence of events Jeff is talking about. I guess I have a hard time picturing the thing that happens, the confluence of events that happens that quickly. That's just, there had to already be, if something's going to take you in a 6-month time frame from being fine to being 12 months from insolvency, it's not going to just be a confluence of events. Some of that confluence happened at year end. Some of that had to be because of what happened at year end. It's got to be something major to go that quickly to me.
You already agreed.
I think so. Yeah,
just don't know
I think so.
I don't know that that's the case in every case. So that's why
I'm not prepared to say that's always going to be the case.
Okay. Rob,
Well, I was with Diane, and I'm still with Diane in terms after the conversation. I think there's 2 things. First, the bar being not near insolvency, but 12 months to actual insolvency, I think is a key point. Another aspect is, and I think Joel, you were the one who brought, when you and Chris were talking, I think governments are already doing this sort of assessment, or they should be doing this sort of assessment now. And so I don't think it's going to would add that big of a burden. We can talk about the when, from what date at a future date. But I do think also if there were events, either a confluence of events that started before the fiscal year end or something that happened after, I can't believe for a moment that our friends in the audience or auditors are not going to be talking to their clients about, are you going to make this assertion, about, what truly is going on, with your financial condition and challenging them in terms of whether they are an SFS, however we end up at, because of something that happened, or something that built over a period of time up until the time the financial statements were available to be issued.
thanks, Robert.
So I'm disagreeing with the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Robert. Carolyn.
Similar to Diane and Robert, I originally agreed with the staff recommendation because of the uncertainty of the time frame of how soon this government would most likely, or whatever the threshold we're dealing with, will become insolvent. But I also agree that if it is pretty certain to become insolvent, then it's important for, I keep saying stakeholders, for users of the financial information to know that information. And hearing this conversation, I'm not quite comfortable with relying on this to be covered as a subsequent event note. So with that said, I'm going to change my my vote and disagree with the staff recommendation at this point.
Thanks, Carolyn. Jackie is our last vote.
Yeah, I'm not a deciding vote, so really. So I really don't, I still prefer the staff recommendation. I think that really that is the best recommendation. However, I will support the change and go with number 4, alternative 4. Primarily because I think that if we don't make an adjustment, we're never going to get this done because it's going to create too many other issues going forward. And I think that based on the arguments that preparers in the room have made, some of them anyway, they think that it's okay that they can handle the extra yellow car on in the horizon. So I still have some concerns about it, but at this point in time, I'll support alternative 4 rather than alternative 3.
Thanks, Jackie. Any last words, Chris, on this?
I'm not budging.
All right. Have our answer, and I don't know if that renders the next question moot.
Yeah, so question 6 is written in the paper. We don't need to answer because was the choosing alternative 3, which we now know we are not choosing alternative 3. But I would like to just read out alternative 4 and like this would be the disclosure requirement and make sure that everyone's in agreement with kind of, instead of some of these questions that have been, should it be not this and not that, let's have an affirmative decision that it should be this, right? So substitute question number 6 is, should the requirement to make severe financial stress disclosures be a government that is insolvent or in a very poor financial condition, even if not expected to be insolvent within a certain time frame, or expected to be insolvent within a certain time frame, even if not in a very poor financial condition currently? And what I read is straight from the bullet at the end of page 15 that described alternative 4, if you want to look at that.
I agree with that. I think she wants actual votes on a question.
Yeah, she wants everybody to weigh in.
I agree.
Thanks, Robert.
I agree.
Thanks, Diane.
It's my understanding of it. Yeah.
Jeff agrees. Jackie.
I agree.
Thanks, Jackie. Carolyn.
I agree.
Thanks, Carolyn. Chris.
Disagree.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. That'll make our tentative board decision list a little more positive. Yes, positive.
Positive affirmation.
This is what it should be, yes, along with what it shouldn't be. All right, so that takes us.
Just a quick question with that, real quick. Instead of, and you tell me if I'm overthinking this with bias, instead of that last, or even if not in a very poor financial condition, so in my head that can go to, well, okay, a poor financial condition, but that's not what we're saying. We're saying any other financial condition. So is it better to be more explicit in the definition to say that, right? No matter the financial condition, really, right? Because that's what we're talking about. We're not talking about the very poor financial condition, which could imply that there's a poor, that there's a, you know, it's just, in no matter what your financial condition currently, if in 12 months you get there, then in 12 months you get there. I think that just sounds more clear. Just curious what others might think about that. Or if it matters at this point and it's something that we would figure out down the road.
I mean, in essence, doesn't that kind of come later as we describe, as we finalize what very poor financial condition is? Like this is almost a principle-based way to get at more details, and that will come later. Am I thinking about that right, Deborah?
Well, she asked for the definition though.
You are correct that what very poor financial condition is, we will be refining later. Like that's not final wording. That's just the concept. it was near insolvency in the PV. We had some people that didn't like that. So we'll, be working on that. I do see your point about it is any other condition other than that. It was worded this way to be sort of parallel contrasting with the first part of they are in it or they're expected to be insolvent, even if they're not in that. So it's like, even if you don't meet one, you meet the other and vice versa. So I'm open to suggestions at this point.
I mean, I see what Chris is mentioning is accurate.
What Chris is.
Because we don't really need to get into I understand we're going to change the words of what very poor financial condition means at the end, but Chris is correct, right? Like if you think you're going to be insolvent within 12 months or whatever, regardless of your current condition, whatever condition you are in today, that falls in, right? Which is what the visual is, which is what we've been talking about, right? So this, even if not in it's accurate, but it's not necessary to be there. And it just muddies the decision, I think, a little bit more because you don't really need that description of very poor financial condition there because it doesn't matter. Whatever condition you're in, if you think you're going to be 12 months from insolvency, you're in.
So Jeff, when this whole thing first got put out, I hesitate to say this, but I'm gonna say it. This whole thing first came out and I first talked to staff about this. What he's arguing, which I appreciate, what you just said is there's not two yellow cars. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna say, are you 12 months from insolvency? And if you are, you're SFS. So it doesn't matter if you already thought you're over the line, but 12 months from insolvency, or not over the line, 12 months from insolvency. If you're 12 months from insolvency, you're in.
Yeah, because for the purposes of this,
Definition. We're just talking about the last.
No, but that point was, she says, the first one is you're in poor financial condition and you're 12 months from insolvency. Or you're not in poor financial, but 12 months from insolvency. I'd argue if you're 12 months from insolvency, you're in poor financial condition, which is what you're saying.
what he's saying for purposes of the visual, for purposes of discussion, the two yellow cars were valid. Given the decision we've made, there's no distinction between those two yellow cars now, right, Deborah? Because if you go over the insolvency line, you think it doesn't matter where you started.
Well, that's my point.
The important part is to go over the insolvency line, right?
So do we just need the last phrase just deleted? So it's government is insolvent
You could
or in very poor financial condition, even if not expected to be insolvent within a certain time frame. That's two. Or expected to be insolvent within a certain time frame. Period.
You could
Period.
period.
What it has to say.
You could, if you wanted to try to clarify regardless of condition or whatever, but if you don't feel you need that, you just ended it at the period.
Right.
Yeah, I think you could take out the even if from both parts of it. If you take it out from one, take it out from the other.
No, because Deborah, that doesn't include the SFS car, right? SFS, you're gonna be an SFS, but we're gonna go insolvent, so that's the.
Well, that's in a very poor financial condition.
Even if not, that insolvent, that SFS car, that's insolvent. But that's what I see that as modifying, so it's clarifying to me that fourth car doesn't go over the line, and that's fine, that's closure.
Right, but that fourth car is in a very poor financial condition because it's over the dashed line. So it doesn't matter the other part. It's already there.
Clarification of.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
it might help to clarify a little bit to keep it, but I also could see that it's not necessarily required. I could see either way. I wouldn't.
And where we are, the very poor financial condition, that dashed line is what we were thinking of the SFS condition as being from the preliminary views. And so the second yellow car is not in that condition. But from what we've just decided, the second yellow car will be required to make severe financial stress disclosures even though it's in a condition we might not say is SFS.
So even if you took both even ifs out, once we kind of describe very poor financial condition better in the coming papers, the clarification becomes less necessary, probably. So
Don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Joe, but what Deborah just said, what you just said, the way you initially characterized it, right? Like you're going to do this assessment of insolvency. And if you get that assessment of insolvency, you make a disclosure. Now, Deborah described that, and I think accurately, but I hadn't thought about it this way, that you're the second yellow car. You think you're going to be insolvent. What disclosure are you going to give? I'm in severe financial stress. That doesn't seem to me to be the disclosure you would give. You would give a disclosure that I think I'm 12 months from insolvency, because you're not, again, depending on how we do it as a current thing or not, if we do it as a current thing, you're not currently in, but you think you've made the judgment you're gonna be in. So I viewed it as what you were saying is there's gonna be this overarching disclosure that if you think you're gonna do it, you make I'm 12 months from insolvency disclosure, end of sentence. If you're not that, then you go on to, okay, what am I? Am I SFS? Am I, something else? PD, whatever. But this insolvency one was the first one, not an SFS.
But in order to say that, you have to decide what the time frame is. Because if you change the date, if the date's as of year end, what you said is probably true. If the date's as of issue date, it's a different answer. So I don't know that you know that answer until we know the date. And we got it, and we're not doing the date today, but I almost would say table that answer until we get to the date. And then once we know the date, we know what that answer is.
we're saying leave the first even if in, and we'll deal with it later.
To me,
I think so too.
we're leaving it in.
I would vote to leave,
TBD
I would
now.
leave the first even if in at, I would leave it in, and the second even if I would take out. Is everybody good with that? Okay. That's what we think we should do, Deb. Thank you, Chris. All right, ready to move to the next section?
Great. Well, the next and final section of the paper, I will turn it over to Roberta.
Okay, let's move to the cliff. Hopefully, not to that dotted line, which we will spend time. We're still trying to, we'll be working on that for a future discussion as to how to describe that line. We think that describing the cliff, which is an essential part of describing who's in and who's out, just part of the definition is one thing that was in the preliminary views. It is used a couple times in the scope that the board has decided on. It's essential to defining severe financial stress. What was included in the preliminary views was based on a definition in the bankruptcy code, and it's insolvency is for a government is if it is generally not paying its liabilities as they become due or is unable to pay its liabilities as they come due. I'll point out that it has one of the GASB's most favorite words generally in it. We frequently use that to allow for the idea that there might be some circumstances, a little fuzziness around this. It's not really absolutely strict, and also it, one of the more important features, it talks about this true ability. It's unable to pay. That's the important part, that the government is unable to pay. In general, the stakeholder feedback to our definition in the preliminary views was supportive of the definition. There were a couple of issues that were raised that we wanted to bring to your attention. One had to do with whether that definition itself should be modified for the idea that, the fact that some governments routinely pay late. not for reasons of financial stress, for perhaps operational reasons. I think we've all probably in our lives encountered something's going, larger governments and sometimes can have very elaborate procedures for making payments that makes it difficult, or you could have turnover of personnel. Most governments, once they've found out what the penalties are for certain things, make sure certain things like payroll taxes, certain debt never falls into that category. But routine payables, if it takes a while for something to get processed, and sorry, that happens. So the suggestion was the respondent was suggesting perhaps we add a line, some kind of indicate a line between paying like a bit late to paying much later, a progression or something like that, or delete as they become due. When we're thinking about it, whether we really need to change that definition, we're noting that, we do agree governments do find themselves in this position. We did note we have that word generally in there. We think that probably covers that situation. And that definition really covers it in the idea that it uses this idea unable to pay. So if a government just because mechanically doesn't get around to paying, it doesn't mean they're unable financially to pay. They just didn't get around to it. Task force members were generally in agreement. Most GASB members were generally in agreement. And we think that probably we could add some language to acknowledge this type of situation would not be technical insolvency. So with that, I will ask question 7, if I can find it. Should the definition of insolvency be modified to address governments that routinely make payments late? And the project staff recommends that the definition not be modified. Rather, we recommend the circumstance be added to some explanatory language that you will see later.
Thanks, Roberta. Board member responses? Jeff?
So, yeah, I guess I just wanted to be clear because I agreed with the recommendation, but I want to make sure when we say explanatory language, right? One of the cautions I had, right, is I didn't want to change the definition, right? Because any way you change the definition, I feared would raise more questions than it answers, right? And particularly because we're saying liabilities and, okay, maybe it's different in the world of, you're routinely paying your payables late. But in my world, if you're routinely paying your bonds late, that's a whole nother, you don't get a mulligan on routinely paying your bonds late. We're going to rate you D. So how you now explain, well, okay, so certain liabilities are this and certain liabilities are that, I think is a tricky road to go. So I understand this reality, but I would be hesitant myself to even do explanatory language, right? I'd rather probably hang on generally and sort of, put something in a basis or something, but not in a standard, because once you create a line in a standard, then are we saying that, all liabilities aren't created equal and some are okay to pay late on and others are not okay to pay late on? And I think, bond obligations would be, ones that wouldn't, and we wouldn't say that you're routinely paying your bonds late, that's okay. You're not in, you're not in insolvency for that case.
Thanks, Joe. Chris?
I agreed. I just had a question, just in general, when we get to this point. So, associated with another project that we worked on, Roberta and her team did a lot of work around RANs and TANs. And so I just wanted to understand, does that fit in here, and how so does it fit in if you can't make those payments for payroll, for AP or whatever, and you do that tax anticipation note? Like where would they fall? So it's just a general question. I just want to understand, kind of level set me or align me. Where would organizations like that fall when it comes to insolvency determination? Like you're borrowing to be able to pay your current debts.
I would say that's one of your levers you're using. You are not technically insolvent. If you can borrow to get cash to pay something,
Then you're
you're
not.
not insolvent.
Okay. Okay.
Not borrowing right after you haven't paid. You're borrowing so that
You're borrowing. in
you're
advance
borrowing
you
so
have
that you
cash.
can
Collateralizing.
pay.
Right, because
right?
there's usually pretty severe penalties for not making payroll in the payroll taxes
Right.
that
Mhm.
one would think you'd borrow in advance of that.
Okay. I agree with the recommendation, but I just wanted to understand, does that indicate insolvency or no? Because you still have more levers to pull from, to your point. I get it. So when you no longer have those levers, you go over the cliff. And
Right,
I
right.
gotcha.
If you tried to do one of those borrowings and it fails, yeah, that's a problem.
Or you can't repay one of those borrowings when it's due, then you're in trouble. You're insolvent. Robert.
I agree with the staff recommendation. I had a similar question that Jeff did in terms of where this explanatory language ends up, but we'll get that resolved. So.
Thanks, Robert. Diane.
I agree with staff recommendation. I like Jeff's comment about putting it in the basis. I also, at GASAC, somebody had said that, okay, so just being late may not be a problem on this, but if they're consistently more and more late, then that could be a problem. But I think that we've kind of addressed it in all of our criteria that we've created on evaluating SFS. So I think we've got that one covered. And I agree with staff recommendation, and I like the idea of them providing some sort of explanatory language in the basis.
Thanks, Diane. Jackie.
I agreed with the staff recommendation to keep the definition as it is. Less sure about putting in any explanatory language because I'm concerned about what it becomes, because I'm concerned about are we actually able to cover all the bases with it? So I'll be interested in seeing what that is, whether it's in the basis or anywhere else. But I agree with the staff recommendation that we don't modify the definition.
Thanks, Jackie. Carolyn.
And I also agree with the staff recommendation to leave the definition as was in the preliminary reviews.
Thanks, Carolyn. I agree with not changing the definition. Like some of my fellow board members, I'm a little hesitant about the explanatory language and adding wiggle room and things that worry me. I didn't really take it to be, you were talking about the basis, you were talking about putting an example within a standard, but so I'm open to seeing what is crafted and figuring it out, kind of like Jackie said. So I'm open to that, but I'm more apt to just want to keep it as it is. But if we have something that is helpful without providing any, additional wiggle room or et cetera, then I'm open to that too.
Can I ask one other question just for completeness? We did get a comment in GASAC about disputed liabilities. And if you look at the way the bankruptcy code talks about it, says generally not paying their debts as become due unless such debts are the subject of a bona fide dispute. And we had taken that language out. So that comment re-triggered. I was a little bit leery of taking out the bona fide dispute. And it was mentioned by a GASAC member as something. And so do we want to just leave it alone? Just wanted to make sure about that.
Jackie.
I just want to leave it alone because I think that there are other ways that bona fide disputes can be handled through our standards. So I'm fine with leaving it alone.
Jackie. I would rather leave it alone too. I think what we have kind of covers, people can use their judgment in these situations to figure out, is that something that works here or not works here? And Deborah?
What we had in the preliminary views on that was We said the board also believes that it is not necessary to include an exception related to bona fide disputes because liabilities that are subject to a dispute may not be considered due.
Right. Yes. That's what I kind of the judgment of determining, well, what does due mean? And if I have this bona fide dispute, I can, if it's bona fide, then it's not due yet. If it's not bona fide, then it's maybe due and we can do it.
Not to mention all the, a lot of these contracts, especially in larger governments, they include that language that talk about how dispute resolution is taken care of. And they don't everything's on hold until you go through an arbitrate mediator, whoever, and you reach a resolution. So a lot of them also have in contractual language that piece that's going to say, hey, stop right here. We need to fix it before the timeline starts again. And this is due or past due.
Thanks, Chris. And thanks, Deborah, for pointing that language out. All right.
Yep.
Next section.
Okay, the next issue that was raised was whether all liabilities were relevant for considering insolvency. And the item that was specifically identified was unearned revenues. We, as staff, we viewed unearned revenues as something that a government either would need to use cash to pay back if they never earned the revenue, or if they do, they would need to use resources in some way, cash in some way, to provide the services or goods associated with the revenue. So we felt like it did have relevance for solvency. So we didn't think that example was something that needed to be excluded from it. In fact, we think that our definition of liabilities kind of supports the fact that it should be included. It is the right word associated with solvency, and that it's present obligations to sacrifice resources that the government has little or no discretion to avoid. It seems like it's very relevant for solvency. We didn't identify anything that we think wouldn't be involved here. So with that, question 8 is, should the definition of insolvency be modified to exclude any specific types of liabilities? And the project staff recommendation is that the definition of insolvency not be modified to exclude any specific types of liabilities.
Thanks, Roberta. Board member responses to question 8. Robert.
I agree with the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Robert. Jackie.
I also agree with the staff recommendation, and I concur with what the staff said about the fact that, yes, this is going to cost one way or the other, so it is an obligation that does come due. In addition to which, if you start identifying one, then we're making a list of exceptions that always creates an issue.
Thanks, Jackie. Carolyn.
I also agree with the staff recommendation.
Thanks, Carolyn. Chris.
I agree with the recommendation.
Thanks, Chris. Diane.
I agree with the recommendation. Also, I would add that on unearned income, unearned revenue, that this is talking about liabilities that are due. And typically unearned revenue is dependent on some future event that either they're going to have to pay it back or they're going to recognize it as revenue. It's not due. So it doesn't really fall into the definition at this point. So anyway, and I agree with staff's definition that it truly is a liability. So I agree.
Thanks. What I wrote is very, very similar to Diane. So I agree with what Diane just said. Jeff.
So the only question I had, and I was prompted by, it was feedback we got to the example indicators, but I just wanted to make sure that I think I know the answer, but I just want to see everybody nod to make sure that that's the answer. So we got some feedback about pension payments, not payments to the employees, but payments, your actuarially determined contributions to that we know some governments don't make on an annual basis. And when we look at our definition of insolvency and we say, would we say that those not making your ADC is not a hallmark, even though some could construe it, I guess you would say the liability is the liability, but your annual way to working that liability down isn't a liability in itself. Because I would agree, it's probably something that would be an example indicator, like maybe you're not making it. It could be a hallmark of a government in financial distress. But I just wanted to be sure, my own edification, that it no way could be construed as being an example. I wouldn't want a government saying, oh, I didn't make my payment. Does that mean I'm GASB definition of insolvency?
I think it would seem clear to me that that's not a liability. The liability is if you can't make the payment to the retiree when that payment is due, that's one thing, but not your ADAC is your plan. And I wouldn't consider that to be a liability that's due.
But Joel, you would say, I think said a different way, that pay-as-you-go portion, if you can't pay the pay-as-you-go portion, that's a different story than paying
That one's
your.
due.
That's
Because you
that's
got to
what you-
pay the
right,
employee or the
right.
whatever. I would agree
You would
with
agree
that.
with that part, but not the,
Not the actuarially determined
Actuarial,
liability
hey, in order to
contribution
get-
to the
yeah.
trust fund. All right. So we all agreed with that one. Last question.
Okay, and just to be explicitly clear, we asked question 9, should the definition of insolvency be carried forward as proposed in the preliminary views? And the project staff recommends that the definition of insolvency be carried forward as proposed in the preliminary views.
Thanks, Roberta. Diane,
Yes, I agree.
Carolyn.
I agree with staff recommendation.
Thanks, Carolyn. Jackie.
I also agree. Carry it
Thanks,
forward.
Jackie. Chris.
I agree.
Robert.
I agree.
Jeff.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Deborah, you notice your recommendation says solvency, right? I just realized that.
So spell check doesn't catch everything. All right, so that is the conclusion of this paper for this meeting. Coming up next, we are going to talk about some things that have been already alluded to today. That's what does the details of what does it mean to be in a very poor financial condition? What does this look forward look like? What's the likelihood threshold? What's the time frame you're looking out to? As well as the timing of the date the assessment should be made as of. So stay tuned. It's going to be fun.
Thank you, team. Look forward to it. Appreciate all the work on the paper. Again, the visuals help the conversation a lot. So thank you for doing that. With that, let's take a break. And I think we have 2 topics left for the board meeting, revenue and expense recognition and gap structure discussion memorandum. I think in the interest of knowing we like to end this meeting at 4, we want to get you guys out as early as we can tomorrow. You got flights. Who knows what's going on with TSA? So I want to start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. still, but I'd like to see what we could get done today between now and 4. And I think it makes more sense to do the gap structure discussion memorandum, and we likely will be able to finish that by 4. And then all we have left tomorrow at 8 a.m. is revenue and expense recognition, and then we should get you out before noon. At that point, I would think, we'll see how it goes, but I think that's the best way to break up or not break up the last 2 topics. So at 2:20, 15 minutes from now, we'll start the gap structure DM discussion. To everybody at 2:20. Okay, welcome back. As noted prior to the break, we are switching it up a little bit and doing gap structure next. Emily, we have a discussion memorandum. I'll turn it to you for walking us through what feedback you'd like from us.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So yes, as Joel mentioned, we have a draft discussion memorandum today. this is on our gap structure pre-agenda research project. And so just a couple of introductory remarks before we get started. So as a reminder, a discussion memorandum is a staff document that's intended to seek stakeholder feedback at a relatively early stage of the project. Specifically for this project, we are issuing the discussion memorandum as part of the research phase. So we are still in pre-agenda research, and the document is really intended to seek feedback to contribute to or help inform the board's potential future considerations about whether a project should be added to its technical agenda to pursue a single authority structure. This discussion memorandum is a phase 2 research activity. So it's part of the phase 2 of this research on our gap structure. It's one component of the phase 2 research activities. We are doing some other internal research as well as part of the discussion memorandum. So it's one piece of that. And for the project overall, the pre-agenda research, we expect that the results and feedback related to this discussion memorandum, as well as the findings from phase 1 and other related findings from phase 2, will be presented in a research memorandum in the second quarter of next year. So before we dive into the discussion memorandum, we do have your more editorial type comments or copy edits. We have those. We will plan to consider those in conjunction with Reagan, but also welcome any feedback that you have on the draft. We're planning to take it chapter by chapter. And so with that, we'll start in chapter 1. We'll skip the front matter and come back to that as we typically do with our drafts. And we'll start in chapter 1. And for this chapter, let's do the chapter itself, and then we can take the questions separately. So chapter 1, exclusive of the questions.
Any board feedback for Emily and team on chapter 1? Jackie.
So I actually sent all my comments to Emily and the team on this. The only comment that I had in chapter 1, and this came up at the GASB meeting the other day, was whether or not all the questions, where the questions should be, and whether they should be at the end of each chapter, or whether they should be all in this chapter and then at the end of the chapter. And my recommendation was, because when I read it through, it was the first time I think I've ever really read through a discussion memorandum in a long time, was I was reading through it and I was going, I don't really understand what these terms mean in these questions, and they want me to answer them. Then I realized that, oh, if I went to the other chapters, I would get all that information. So if you decide to keep the questions in both places, then my recommendation was explain why the questions are here, and that you are just giving them the information up front so they'll have it, but they'll be able to better understand what the questions mean if they read the chapter. Something like that, that helped provide context around why the questions were being asked up front.
And Jackie, thank you for mentioning. I did mean to mention at the beginning that we have heard from our GASB members on the draft, as well as our consultative group members provided feedback on this draft too. So thank you for reminding me for that.
Anybody else have anything on chapter 1?
I mean, I guess I'll mention it. You and I talked about it, Emily. It's sort of a general thing. And I know there's some specific ways you could tweak it. But one of the things that I took away from reading this was that it seemed to be suggesting a particular path. And it didn't, and maybe this is intentional, as we discussed a little bit, right? Like that it didn't give alternatives, right? Like the codification as the single source was sort of like, this is the path we can go, right? And so if it's discussion, like in the purposes it's early, do we want to do that? Which maybe the answer back is, Jeff, yes, so that's what we want to do. Or do we want to leave open the idea that, okay, should it be a single source? what would be the single source? Or is it because of practical things, which I understand that we would know probably more than stakeholders would know about, well, doing it not with the codification really wouldn't be a thing. So how could you do a single source without a codification? So the path that it is really that. And then maybe I thought some more and I said, well, should we suggest that? Like, if we want to go to a single source because the codification would be the house of that single source, we are suggesting that as a single source. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just I don't know if I'm making sense, but I'm thinking that it's you know, we sometimes get accused of baking something and sending it out baked, right? Like, and this came across to me as a little bit baked, but maybe this is different enough because it's not a standard setting project, right? So I get that, and it's sort of our domain, right? So that's the way maybe it needs to be, and it couldn't be avoided. But that was my only sort of my only thought.
So I think the alternative is the current structure, right? So based on our research to date, and we had held several sessions with our consultative group, so we have explored potentials for other single sources, which wouldn't be a codification. And then what you see really in chapter 2, I guess this is primarily speaking to the proposal or the discussion that's in chapter 2 related to the source of a single authority structure being a codification. I think that is representative of what we believe to date is the realistic option, with the alternative being staying with what we have. So there is an alternative, and it's to not move to a single authority codification. I think when we're talking about alternative sources that would be the single source, our research to date has not presented what we view as realistic paths forward. We certainly would welcome stakeholders if someone said, hey, I actually think this should be the single source, that this is the time to provide that feedback. I do think that one thing that we can do to help encourage that, and this was, I think, somewhat of an unintentional oversight, but in question 1 of this discussion memorandum, which is related to chapter 2, at the end of that question, we will add language that you see in other questions that say, including any alternatives that you would support the GASB considering. So we'll add to question 1, the alternatives language. But I do think at this time, we don't have another alternative other than our current structure to propose as a viable source for a single authority.
Diane?
So I think this kind of ties in with Jeff's question and what you just said. In the paper, the overview paper, you talk about the project staff continued to research other standard setter structures for communicating their literature. Now, you've said that there's not anything else viable, but could you talk a little bit about what you did see in the other standard setters structures and what they were using?
Yeah, sure. So we looked at the other standard setters included, for example, the FASB, the IASB, and the IPSASB. And given our assessment that a codification would likely be the most viable path, I think the FASB approach is probably the closest to that, given that they have a single source codification. And we had discussed potentially, including more discussion about the FASB codification in the discussion memorandum. But a big part of our concern was that we learned from the survey results in the first phase of the research that 40% or so of the stakeholders only use the standalone individually published original pronouncements. And so to then ask them to identify or compare alternatives for a codification for which they're not familiar with is something that we were a little bit concerned by. And that's why we ultimately decided to encourage respondents to go and use the GASB codification. So there's a link in the discussion memorandum so that they can explore it, use it, and provide feedback on their challenges. And as Emily had just noted, potential alternatives that they identify in the course of using the GASB codification. We can then take that feedback and develop alternatives that would be for a later stage of the project, should the board decide to pursue a single authority codification.
You said you looked at IPSASB and IASB, and so what do they use as their way of communicating?
Sorry, I also meant to say that FASAB, my recollection, correct me if I'm wrong, is that they basically have like current text, like handbooks essentially of their current text. So it's not really a codification in the FASB sense.
And we had talked about this a little bit, Emily, just on the FASB side, right? And maybe it wasn't helpful because one of my comments was, well, here's a case where we might be moving to a FASB style codification. We often hear from our stakeholders like, hey, if you do it, what's the word they use? Harmonization, whatever. But I think it is the case, which is why you said, because I said, why didn't we highlight that more? And I think you're saying they may not be familiar with the GASB codification. They're not familiar with the FASB codification either, so that, or maybe even less familiar with the FASB codification. So you're not gaining too much value there by including saying, hey, this is the way FASB does it. And, what we're ultimately talking about here is the way FASB does it. That may not have much resonance to somebody who's not familiar with how FASB does it, right?
And just to add to that, I mean, I think if that might be a stakeholder's rationale for why they support or don't support what we're proposing, but I don't know that that is, our rationale or would be our rationale. And so kind of leaving that neutral at this stage, I think is helpful.
Any other questions or feedback for the team on chapter 1?
And the questions at this point.
Robert.
I'm actually kind of okay with sending it out half-baked, not fully baked, because it's still, we're trying to gather information, and based on the staff's research activities to date, it sounds trite, but a trial balloon, so to speak, and you've reached conclusions that this, tentative conclusions that this likely would be the direction, but that doesn't mean it's the direction. There's all kinds of caveats that this isn't a board document. This isn't, this is gathering additional information as part of the pre-agenda research. So if you start with something and put a North Star out there, and then we get a lot of feedback that says, whoa, or there's other ideas that they have, we achieve the objective that you're trying to do. So I don't think it's highly problematic if there's an apparent direction, because it's clear that this is a staff document.
And I will add to that, Robert, there are a couple of places in the document where we are hoping to reiterate that, this is a staff document. Its intent primarily is to inform the board's considerations about whether a project should be added to pursue a single authority structure. But the specifics of that structure, the subsequent chapters outline some possibilities for the specifics and how the structure could be operationalized to give enough information for someone to hopefully say, yes, a single authority structure is the direction we should be moving in. But there would be subsequent opportunities for stakeholder feedback if this were to become a current agenda project. And so we're looking for ways to emphasize that in the document or in the notice, just to remind stakeholders that this is still in the research phase. And I think, as was mentioned yesterday, not only has it been some time that we've done a discussion memorandum, but also doing it in the research phase is unique. So we're going to try to highlight that.
I wasn't sure when to bring this up, but one of my feedbacks to Emily, it's really what you guys are getting at. I think it would be good to have some of what, like a next step section or somehow incorporating next steps, so that if I'm sure we'll have some people that understand what we're talking about, get into it and provide us comment. There'll be some people that like it's half baked, but they don't know enough to know how to comment, and they might get worried and they're like, well, you didn't give me examples, and we didn't bake it enough to get feedback from everybody possible, because we're not necessarily fully there yet, but they will have chances to provide input at other points, but they wouldn't necessarily know that if they read this and got kind of worried. And so I think incorporating next steps so that everybody kind of understands this is half-baked, so to say, or whatever. This is where we are, and there's going to be additional stuff that comes. Don't worry about giving every potential comment you have on this right now, because there's going to be more stuff to come. I think would be probably helpful for the people that aren't as familiar with what this is doing, like our consultative group or something like that. So, which sounds like you're doing. So I appreciate that. I think that'll help. Anybody else? Chapter 1?
Okay, we'll move into chapter 2. This was the chapter exploring the source of the single authority structure being a codification. We've spoken a little bit about that, but if there's any other comments related to chapter 2?
Emily, we gave kind of reasons why we would consider going to a single source. Would it make sense to maybe put in some reasons why we may not, just to help people kind of think of reasons why we may not go to a single source? Like the pros and cons, I guess, if you will.
I think that's tricky for us because, cons, if you would call them that, I would say primarily relate to like the change itself, right? Like having to learn a new structure or, but sort of broadly or more fundamentally, this kind of gets to, Jeff's comment about why this is the alternative that's proposed. The other maybe being the status quo, but I'm not sure that we feel that there are sort of cons that were on this other side of the same coin. Like they're of a little bit of a different nature that I'm not sure we think fit in this document.
I mean, it sort of goes to, right, Emily, you talk about, I forget which chapter, right? You talk about the research that was done, and then I think you used the word concern, that there were some concerning outcomes from that research. And I think if you think about it, because I thought about this some more after we spoke, and from the cons perspective, whose perspective are those cons from, right? And so we're getting at it like, so it's like, okay, if I'm talking to readers, I'm saying cons from our perspective, it's being misused, it's not understood, there's these downfalls of using it this way, and not to mention staff time and all the other things that would be consequences of continuing with what we have. Those are not necessarily cons to the outside world. So you could try to position some of it, but it would have to be, I think it would have to be a pretty delicate dance, right? To say that, well, the cons are we continue to use the dual authority structure, but it continues to have these misuses or whatever we want to say, then that's a little tricky.
And the cons are not getting the benefits of the pros, right? You know, so, that makes some sense. Chris.
I was just going to say I appreciate the balanced conversation we're having, because I did not have that mindset in my orientation when reading. My perspective was, we need this. So in reading, I was drinking the Kool-Aid or everything else, or pouring it while I'm drinking a glass, you know, like, yeah, this is just what we want. So for me, in listening, this is just a different perspective to how we need to couch this to be a little bit more balanced, because you know, my personal perspective is, we need to, you know, move out of the, you know, the dark ages and move forward, and people are consuming information differently. And that includes standards, and we have to figure out how. Maybe that includes a bias on my part, and that, you know, I believe that the codification in a certain way will address that. But I understand, and just wanted to say I hear some of the points that it may not be the codification. It might be some dark horse that comes out of nowhere and saves the day and is 10 times more magnificent than anything that we could have ever dreamed up as a result of these questions, these great questions in this great overall paper. So I just wanted to share that, but you know, that's my perspective, and why I'm not adding, you know, cons here or anything like that, because I'm like, this is dead on. This is going to get them. They're going to ask for an extra glass of Kool-Aid. But I understand that that's, in listening, that's not necessarily where we're trying to get. And I appreciate, and that should be where we're trying to go, in that more broad approach.
Chris. Anybody else on chapter 2? Jackie.
Just a couple of comments on the cons. The one big con, of course, is that they'll have to relearn. They'll have to do something new. But if you have 5 benefits and 1 con, even they would have to look at it and go, yeah, well, maybe it's not worth keeping. So sometimes putting a con in and unweighting it can make them look at it differently than they might have too.
And Jackie, just even that con, I think it gets complicated because every con could have a pro too, right? So you have to learn something new. But one thing several people at the GASB meeting came up to me and said was, our young people need this, because our young people are struggling and understanding accounting based on the standards, based on the way that we have historically done it. And that's not how they absorb and learn. And so it kind of gets into the, you know, so you put a con and then you put the related pro related to the con, and how do you do that? And it goes back to perspective, I think. I don't know.
I'm just saying that sometimes it can be to your benefit to put in a con or two.
It's Jackie. Anybody else? Next, Emily.
All right, we'll move into chapter 3. So this chapter presents content organization in a single authority codification. As Ryan mentioned, the questions that are related to this chapter, some of the questions really focus on getting at with the foundation of the current existing codification, and seeing what the challenges are there, or what they like about the existing content organization, as well as presenting some potential alternatives for how category B gap is integrated. So I think this chapter has the most questions associated with it. And we will take feedback on chapter 3.
Jackie.
I think about the only comment that I provided on chapter 3 that was not just basically editorial was the idea that starting in chapter 3 and all the subsequent chapters, for the most part, we put in a section on considerations. And when I was looking at it, I was going, okay, I'm not sure how they want me to handle these considerations. Do they want me to be looking at addressing all of these when I'm responding to the questions, or are these things that they're considering that they're going to be looking at after I answer the questions? I wasn't exactly sure the context for the considerations from my perspective as a respondent. So I don't know if you can add clarification to that or not.
Just to answer the question, we do have them there. It's more things for stakeholders to be thinking about as they are assessing the alternatives, or assessing, what structure or what type of organization would be optimal. And I think also things by which we would evaluate what the optimal structure is. We can look at incorporating language just to make that clear.
Or just to provide some context so they understand what you're thinking.
Mhm.
There's a question related to each of those sections, right, Emily? Where we talk about, we have these subheads, there's a question related to each subhead, isn't there? So where we have, like on page 12, where we have considerations relevant, there's a question about organizing the content. So the way I saw it was like, here's the things to think about as you ponder this question that we're asking you, right? And so that's the way I saw it as being, right?
I think we did provide considerations for each question, right? And maybe particularly for this set, because that paragraph 6 consideration relates to question 2 and all of its sub pieces. That's a little, maybe the overlay of that. But yes, because then the next questions relate to the next section and have considerations as well.
Emily, I don't know if this is a question because I'm not sure that I'm not totally sure that it matters for this document. And there's a specific example that will come up later that's maybe a little bit of a different reason for asking this. But there's a couple of question or points in here. The first one is in paragraph 6. The first bullet talks about the ease of finding guidance, including the amount of time it takes to navigate to the content. And then in paragraph 11, we kind of have the ease of finding requirements within a topical grouping and things like that. I kind of wonder how technology, whether it's GARS or whether it's whatever checkpoint or whoever is kind of integrated our literature into their tool and how their search and navigations function. How should we or how are we thinking about how much that impacts how we organize it, or how, are we only thinking about how the organization works in kind of the current way of thinking about it? In other words, I need to go in and look at the chapters, and I need to find where's the capital assets section, and I go find it, versus I type capital assets into a bar and it takes me there. And in that case, things like duplication and things like that, do they matter? Do they matter more or less? How are we? I don't know that it affects this document at all, really, because we still kind of want people to think about it and give us feedback. But I'm just curious how you're incorporating thinking about that as you think about this ultimately.
I do think that technology considerations are always a backdrop to all of this, and they have been part of our consultative group working sessions. It's brought up in a lot of different ways. We've talked about, different views and different things, tools, technology tools. The questions, themselves related to that section do have a question about, do you, I'm not remembering the exact words, but navigate the guidance using the search function, or do you navigate the guidance by going through the parts and sections, right? And so how stakeholders answer that will allow us to synthesize, how important is it to have a structure that, if you're just always typing in the search function to just list all the standards.
Structure it how we think we should structure
Right.
it. We don't really
Right.
necessarily need your input of what you think structure
Right.
works like.
And
but-
so I think, that's certainly a consideration. I do think more broadly, the technology piece of some of this is a little bit maybe more detailed than what we were getting at in this document. We're trying to keep this document maybe more conceptual, if I can use that word, and noting that the technology tools are definitely still in play. They're going to be an overlay. We will likely seek feedback on them at a future point. And we're also doing, some additional internal research in addition to this document in that realm.
Thank you. That sounds good. I see it now, the search function question. I think I blew by that one. I must have missed that one because I didn't remember that being in there. So that's good too. But I appreciate the more overall, I appreciate this is a more conceptual, and I appreciate that you guys are thinking about it project wide throughout all that. So that's good. Anything else, feedback or questions on chapter 3? Next chapter, Emily.
Okay, the next chapter, chapter 4, is related to communicating changes in a single authority codification. So this really outlines how new requirements or changes to existing requirements in a single authority codification would be presented or communicated. And it has one associated question with that. So feedback on chapter 4.
Okay, here's where my more specific question comes in. In paragraph 6, when we talk about pending content, and we kind of talk about pending content being presented alongside, my understanding is the FASB is working on or already can do pending content such that like at the top you toggle and say what year am I, or even what type of entity or what year am I looking for implementing, and the gap just comes up without the pending content needing to be side by side. And so I guess I would assume we would be able to do that too, which is probably a bit, I would probably describe this paragraph a little differently so that people think about it in a context that I think we would be able to do it, as opposed to maybe what they've had to do in the past with it.
I agree. And I think what I would propose for this paragraph would be actually to move it out of the mechanics, because if you think about where we are now and when we actually might be doing this in another however many years, there could even be, different tools available to us. And so I think maybe more just describing the fundamentals of what we mean by pending content, that the approved but not yet effective requirements would be in the single authority codification along with the existing requirements, but not really get into the details of exactly, how you would see it. Might be a route that would be appropriate for this document.
That makes some sense. Jeff?
One other thing that just popped into my head, Emily, so feel free to dispatch it if you want. But one of the things that jumped out to me when I was particularly looking at the considerations relevant section, and sort of tied to what Joel's, but it's a different thing, is this is the markup aspect, right? Because every time we do an implementation guide, right, where we modify an implementation guidance question and we do the markup of the question, I think every single time we've done that, we get feedback. That's great. I love to see the markup, right? Like, and the thing is, that's only for the tentative guidance and then it goes away and I feel like I'm always letting them down and they love the markup. And I suspect that aspect, which is not really technology in the way Joel's, but that's a real boon and would be viewed as a real boon to doing it this way. That we would have an existing codification. You would see the new guidance blackline. You would see the changes to the existing guidance blacklined. So it's fine as it is as a consideration, but I will almost thought about maybe bolstering that somehow, or making sure that when you read through it, that you're selling what I think a lot of people like, that you're explaining it enough that they understand that here's what you could get. You could get marked up guidance for every change. And it seems to me that people seem to love that, right? And I see Michelle nodding her head in the back there. So, so giving me reinforcement here. But I think that's something as you reread it, say, have we focused on that enough as a benefit?
I kind of thought that was in there, but maybe it was in my mind.
I will say, just on the flip side, I think we have heard that in our stakeholder responses to things like the implementation guide. I do think readability was raised as a concern when we talked about this with the consultative group. So when you're looking at a full document, that's all the markup and various sections, and that readability was a concern. So we'll, look forward to the feedback about how this type of document is or isn't understandable based on its readability if it were to be presented in that form.
Other board member feedback? I can't get infrastructure earlier today out of my mind thinking about this, and the thing we went through on that one paragraph with process and on the modified approach. And if we just could show the markup and we just strike that, it would be easier. But then I think about all the COD instructions and we have footnotes going up into the standard, and that markup is messy, right? And so you see both the pros and cons of a markup helping and also maybe being harder.
The last chapter of the discussion memorandum, chapter 5, is addressing non-authoritative content in a single authority codification. And so the first section of this chapter talks about the summary and background information, as well as the basis for conclusions. And then the second portion talks about illustrations and how and whether where these things should be presented or incorporated in a single authority codification given their non-authoritative nature. So there's a couple questions in chapter 5, questions 7 and 8 and 8A. With that, we'll take feedback on chapter 5.
Feedback on chapter 5? No feedback on this chapter, Emily. Oh, wait, Jeff.
I guess the only thing we talked about, Emily, right, which got me thinking, so maybe it gets other people thinking, I don't know, but was this issue of illustrations, right? And I guess what you had, which I hadn't fully realized till we talked, is like the FASB illustrations are authoritative and our illustrations are not authoritative. And I think when we get to paragraph 10 and the considerations relevant, like we use the word content there, and we talked about whether that should be illustrations or does content bring in, but the bigger idea of should illustrations be authoritative or should they not? Do we want to, is that too weedy for this purpose now, or do we want people to entertain that notion? Because illustrations are a big part of what we do. Do we want a world where they're thinking about that, or is it premature to think about that, right? And we want to think about that.
So I don't think looking at authoritative status or even like the levels of gap A and B are in the scope of this project. So I don't think, this project wouldn't be considering changing whether or not illustrations are authoritative. I will say that there are stakeholders that have views about whether or not they should be authoritative, and that may come up as part of the feedback to this discussion memorandum. I think here what we're really getting at is, should illustrations be in a single authority codification, given that they are non-authoritative, and what the pros and cons of that might be. And so that's really what the consideration is relative to this point. So how important is it for them to differentiate between that authoritative and non-authoritative content? And I think
by virtue of that question, you may get the thing we're talking about, right? Because if you say this is our authoritative single source, that would mean illustrations wouldn't be in there, right? Because of the way the world works currently, and we may get the feedback that you're saying we've gotten in the past, right?
I don't think we're suggesting that they can't be in the codification. I think that's the question. Is the fact that they're non-authoritative, like what's the feedback surrounding the fact that they're non-authoritative and their presentation in a single authority codification?
Anything else on chapter 5? Anything else, Emily? Wrap us up, I guess.
We'll move back to the
Jackie.
front. Oh,
Okay. I didn't know if she wanted to ask for general questions.
So I did make a comment that, in general, in the discussion memorandum, I think it's great that we're doing this.
Jackie, turn your mic on.
In general, I think that, on the discussion memorandum, it's great that we're doing this. I have some concerns, though, if only 25 to 26% of the respondents to the survey use the codification, whether you're going to be able to get a lot of feedback, whether they're going to feel that they are competent enough to answer your questions. So my guess is that you'll get primarily questions from people who are used to using ASU because they're familiar with the codification there, if they're not used to using ours. And it may end up that the responses you get are going to look a lot like FASB's, whether that was our intent or not, which led to my last comment in the paper was, this might be a really great opportunity to conduct an experiment and see how somebody actually does use a codification, especially people who haven't used it before. How do they look, or how do they search, and what kind of problems are they having? Because that might tell you more than a lot of things in it. So that's just my general comment.
Thanks, Jackie. One thing I would just say is that we are currently conducting research, not an experiment, but more of an academic literature review about how people access information, what tools they use, what are the sort of pros and cons of different choices within an information structure. So not pros and cons of codification or not, but the choices that are made within the development of, say, a codification. I think it would be great if someone, potentially we could encourage academics to consider doing an experiment on this issue. But also to your first point about the relatively low usage of the codification that we observed from the survey that we did, we're also, given that as is currently written, respondents have until the end of August to respond to this. We're hoping that they'll go and use the codification for their normal, how they would normally use the GASB literature, and take the opportunity to use the codification and provide feedback on their experience, which will then help us in developing an alternative. But it's still a point well taken. Thank you.
Chris?
I just wanted to +1 Jackie's comment, because I think that really is a cool cool and like very informative, insightful idea. And we already have mechanisms through GASAC on-site participation and other groups that actually come to our space where we can take an hour, carve it out of their time, and have them go through some exercises just to help inform us as we review all of the good research that you all are doing from an educational perspective, just to add a bit more insight. So I think it would be worth at least thinking about and looking into a bit further, especially because we already have a lot of the infrastructure that would support doing something like that. And it wouldn't take more than a half an hour out of a given 2-day period or 1-day period of time where people are already stuck in Norwalk, Connecticut. And enjoy, I said enjoying. I don't know how stuck got in.
I'm sure you did.
Thanks for sticking the chamber on us, Chris. Anything else for Emily?
So I'll move to the front
Sure.
matter. Does that work?
Worse.
So we have the notice and the copyright and the table of contents. If there's any feedback, I will highlight that the comment deadline is slated to be August 31st,
This expected to be out.
mid-April. April. I won't say the specific date because I don't know off the top of my head, but
Basically.
a couple weeks from today, it'll be out. And then,
And intentionally so, as you're talking about, like to give people time to digest it all, use the cog, think about it.
Yes, I think that would be great if we can encourage people to utilize that, especially as they're looking at that chapter 3, content organization piece that's really focused on using the existing COD as sort of a starting point or a jumping off point in terms of what are the challenges with the existing codification? Where are the pain points? How do you search? That will help inform what the optimal structure might be.
Have we thought, maybe this is what Chris was saying, if it was, I apologize, but have we thought like of doing like during this comment period, like, I don't know, a webinar or two that we're going to take you through the codification as it works now and just show you some stuff just to inform you, and presumably the people who would be responsive to that would be people interested in this topic, to sort of help them cross over the barrier of I got to on my own wade into this codification and see what it looks like. This is just a mention, not a
Take it under consideration.
right,
Jeff.
right.
And just to clarify, that's different from my point, which wasn't to educate someone on how to utilize it. It was more to Jackie's an experiment of bringing people in that may have little to very limited usage and seeing how they engage with it, what they expect out of it, and using that to inform decisions going forward.
Yeah, and thankfully Tammy's at the table with us. We'll have to talk with Tammy about potentially doing something like this, or whether to bring in academics, who do experiments, typically in their research. So it's a good idea. Thank you.
So just sitting here, I've come up with some ideas I'll share with you at dinner tonight.
Anything else for Emily? All right.
Great. We will incorporate the feedback, and the next steps as we'll provide the draft for Joel's authorization. And then it will be going through the production process and posted to the website.
Great. Thanks, Emily and team. Appreciate that. Look forward to the continued progression and hearing from our stakeholders on the DM. All right. We were ending by 4. Revenue and expense project is, we're not going to get through in 50 minutes, even a paper. So we are going to just stop for the day at this point and reconvene at 8 a.m. and get through, have our only topic being the revenue and expense recognition, 2 papers we have. So hope everybody has a good night celebrating our friend Scott Reeser, who is retiring, and we will see you all at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thanks.